this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Don Nicoleone Show.
Oh, yeah. Y'all already know what time it is. The moment that you've been waiting for. The one that you've been waiting to hear. The one that calls the call, that calls the effect. Put your hands together for the baddest bitch in El Cologne. God, Nicoleone.
Cologne. I'm in the love of the all, and all love is in me. I am a part of the all, and the all is a part of me. I am one with the all, and the all is one with me. I can succeed as a part of the all and fail as an individual. I can be all that I wish in the all as long as my wish is to stay in the all. I'm never alone. The all is, I am. The all can, I can. The all does, I do. Balloon.
All right, God dog it. We're going to get this shit together once and for all. I will not be distracted tonight off of frivolous. I'm trying to say this shit. Oh my God, it's the sugar, yo. It's the fucking Jolly Ranchers, the little chewable motherfuckers I'm strung out on, man. I know my daughters know I'm a crackhead too, so I'm a sugar ass. Cause it was some nanas that bought the shit. Oh shit, now Soot, come on in, baby. Give me my check.
Mic check, mic check.
Yeah. How you doing?
You got jokes. I'm well in yourself.
You saw my post.
Yeah, that's what made me call back in.
All right, so we're gonna do it right this time. Y'all ready?
Ready.
We're gonna do it right, but I want you to do the promise, Guru.
All right.
I want you to start it off. Do our promises for us. And then we'll take it from,
Take it from there.
Yes. So you can do the beginning. Right. Yeah. All right, wait. Just in case, because I always think about the record. Once the show is recorded, motherfuckers like, what the fuck are they about to do? So let me set it straight. This is actually part 2 of a show that we didn't complete in part 1 for tonight's show. So part 1 is entitled "Gone Done Babylon." And so this is the real 9 NUBUN guys, and just to let everybody know, this is at 1:11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I believe it'll be Tuesday morning on the East Coast, and it's still Monday, New Day on the West Coast. And thank everybody for being up, because I see a lot of West Coast numbers on the call lines. I shouldn't really thank you, West Coast motherfuckers, because hell, it's still early for you niggas. So, but goddamn, I should be giving thanks to all the East Coast motherfuckers, okay? Big ups to you, staying alive. All right, and also to my nigga too. Appreciate it, baby. All right, so we about to get into the 9 NUBUN guides. That's coming from the 9-Ball Liberation Information Book, Count 4. Let's run it. Ready,
the 9 NUBUN guide. Number 1. In this booklet, we NUBUN scientists will only take the space to outline the 9 NUBUN guides instead of detailing them. The 9 NUBUN guides are those word formulas of motivation and activation which propel NUBUNs to success individually and as a race. In other words, any NUBUN who has the durability and intelligence to adhere to the word formulas called the 9 NUBUN guides will survive through the ages and be successful. In paragraphs 8 and 9 of Count 1, we mentioned that the words Ethiopian and NUBUN mean the same. A NUBUN is a woolly-haired Ethiopian. So when we state NUBUN, we mean a person or persons with genuinely woolly hair, meaning genuinely kinky hair. Number 2, the 9 NUBUN guides are: number 1, I promise to preserve self at all times to the best of my knowledge, wisdom, understanding, and ability. Number 2, I promise to have sexual relations with no one but the opposite sex of my own kind. Number 3, I promise to eat and drink only those gases, liquids, and solids which will be more beneficial than harmful to my mental and physical selves to the best of my knowledge, wisdom, understanding, and ability. Number 4, I promise to be a NUBUN first to the best of my knowledge, wisdom, understanding, and ability, than whatever else I wish to be. Number 5, I promise to advocate 9 knowledge and adhere to 9 knowledge, best of my scientific information, wisdom, understanding, and ability. Let's read that one more time. Number 5, I promise to advocate 9 knowledge and to adhere to 9 knowledge to the best of my scientific information, wisdom, understanding, and ability. Number 6, I promise to treat peoples of other races the same way that they treat me to the best of my knowledge, wisdom, understanding, and ability. Number 7, I promise to uphold justice and rightness at all times to the best of my knowledge, wisdom, understanding, and ability. Number 8, I promise I will fight hard for liberation and freedom for the NUBUN race. And when it is liberated and free, I will work just as hard to keep our liberty and freedom preserved to the best of my knowledge, wisdom, understanding, and ability. Number 9, consequently, I promise that before my physical death, I will arrange for my lifeless body to be cremated and the remains distributed at the roots of an evergreen tree or some other suitable place willed by the deceased. I also seriously promise by NUBUN forces of nature, by this 9th guide, to maintain the promises of all 9 NUBUN guides for all existence and liberty, freedom, preservation, well-being, and success, with the understanding that if I fail to keep my promises to the best of my knowledge, wisdom, understanding, and ability, I will soon join the physically dead.
I love your voice. I get to play with myself for the first time on the show. Damn, that was phone sex. Okay, let's have some decorum around here. God damn, I see why the black woman needs help. 3. Okay, so we're going to briefly explain number 1 of the 9 guides. Give it to us one more time. Number 1.
Number 1, I promise to preserve self at all times to the best of my knowledge, wisdom, understanding, and ability.
Okay, so I don't have it in front of me, so it's I promise to preserve self. What else?
I promise to preserve self at all times to the best of my knowledge. Okay. I promise to preserve self at all times to the best of my knowledge, wisdom, understanding, and ability.
Okay. Check 2. Tell me you're listening, because I don't know if you got it, but check how he explains self-preservation. Complete self is not just one individual. Complete self is all those of a kind. All people of the same race is one being. A race is one being with many parts, and those parts are the individuals of that race. Made me want to cry. I've injured so many parts of my one being. Damn, I feel so wrong. This shit make you want to fucking call everybody you done wrongfully fucked.
That's for real, though, because you like,
man, you injured yourself when you injured someone of the same fucking race, yo.
Yeah.
Damn, I feel so bad. Not sure. I take back what I said about your other woman. I'll start with the most recent injury I fucking caused.
Work your way, yeah.
I'm sorry, Nasir. Tell her I'm sorry.
Well, I have to say, I don't think you was doing it maliciously. So you're not sorry, and I accept your apology. I'm just trying to keep it balanced.
Man, y'all some smooth ass niggas. I got to watch out for y'all. Y'all just too fucking smooth. Told y'all, so y'all better watch out for these niggas. They smooth.
I mean,
know
but it's a learning process. You know what I'm saying? We ain't here just for folly.
Yeah,
you're gonna learn something. You joke around. So shit, if on my account something been learned for us as one whole of the all, then let that be. You feel me?
Oh, give me a hug. Yeah. Man, y'all always co-sign on devilishment. A motherfucker, one thing about birds of a feather, boy, they damn sure goddamn co-sign on each other. Shit, don't they? Like, nah, nigga, you did good. Don't even worry about it, man. Keep it up. I'm really trying to get my shit right. Well, after this shit, I've injured. Complete self is not just one individual. Complete self is all those of a kind. People of the same race is one being. A race is one being with many parts, and those parts are the individuals of that race. So the promise to preserve self is the promise to protect self and kind in every possible and practical way. Reproduce self with own kind. Do not be an aggressor, but do not hesitate to practice self-defense whenever and wherever it is practical and needed. People who love self enough to preserve self do not use tobacco in any form, neither strong drinks, nor any form of dope or narcotics. Self-guided. However, in protecting self, do not stick your neck out in mankind's society for the unintelligent who refuse to accept non-knowledge and practice non-knowledge. Okay, we got some people testifying in the chat room. Jay Illa, he felt that shit too. I want to cry. Man, if there was a God I could ask for forgiveness to, motherfucker, I get on my knees right now. But too bad you your own judge.
You know, so you got to say it to yourself. Like, hey, let's look back. Let's look over what we done did. That's correct. Shoot.
Yeah, Jay Illa said, he says, I'm just saying, when I was in my younger years, at a certain point when I got into altercations with people of my kind, I couldn't swing. Now, not that I didn't want to, something else was stopping me.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
And Fireline is being rebellious. She said, fuck that, I'm still going to smoke cigarettes.
That's on fire. That's on fire.
That's your ability.
Yeah, say that part again. To the best of what?
To the best of your ability.
That's right. To the best of my knowledge, wisdom, understanding, and ability.
Yeah. Yeah. So right there, if you want to take the cop out for doing what you want to do, because you have that will to do that, then that's your cop out right there. But then don't be saying you all intelligent then, because that's your unintelligent way.
That's not true.
Hey, I'm saying that to myself because I smoke them damn swears.
What depends on what kind you smoke, sir.
You know, I smoke the nigga kind, Newport.
Well, then that would make you unintelligent. You got to smoke Marlboro so you can live tomorrow, bro.
Wow, bro.
Goddamn shit.
Okay,
you better smoke them white supremacy cigarettes, motherfucker.
So the best thing is to quit them completely.
You better fuck with them bitches in the hedges, nigga. Yeah, I'm fucking them killer sticks. That's that genocide cigarette.
Genocide stick.
Yeah.
Real. Tonight is no, let me quit. Yeah, you about right though.
Man, y'all real smokers though. Niggas who smoke Newports are real smokers. Y'all nicotine fiends. Geek monsters.
Man.
I smoked Newports when I was 16, yo, and that shit damn near killed me. God said we got to give her something better.
That's right.
That's what God said. That's what God said. God said, I got to get you off of that, boo. I got to give you something that'll save your life. And we can still use you. Mm-hmm. So one day, God said, I want you to hate that nigga tonight. I said, okay. And then God said, you hate that nigga tonight? I said, yes. He said, now call up one of your friends and tell them bitches you want to go hit the club. I said, okay. So I called the bitch up. She was like, hell yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. And I looked up at the ceiling. I said, damn, God is good. That bitch said, hey, y'all about to call you and say, bitch, you want to go out? I was like, damn, God, don't be bullshit. So I went to pick up the bitch, and then we hit the one in the club, right? Wasn't nobody in the club, though. It was goddamn butt naked in that motherfucker. Cold as fuck. It was a woman at the goddamn bar. And she was smoking a damn cigarette. And this cigarette put my Newports to shame. I said, what the fuck is you smoking? She explained to me what it was. She gave me the fucking ingredients on it, everything about it, boo. I said, and then she said, would you like one? I said, of course. And from that point on, that's what I've been smoking.
Wow.
Don't ask what it is, because they might poison it. So I can't tell you what the fuck I smoke. They might poison.
That's for you. That's for you.
Yep. I said, man, God is good. And then from there, all the niggas got something to say about my cigarette I smoke. Every fucking nigga. That's when I know that niggas is the fucking devil. Now they clowns. Now they got something to say out they fucking mouth. I said, God gave me these goddamn cigarettes, and now y'all motherfuckers got something to say. Even the smokers got something to say about it. Even crackheads talk bad about it. Everybody. But if I drop it on the ground, they'll pick that motherfucker up. Okay, let's move on.
That was good.
Yeah. I think God got stock in these. That's why.
Yeah.
Okay. That's neither here nor there. Let's go to what are we? Did I finish number 1?
Number 4. You finished
number
3?
4. We did. Okay, number 4. Let's go to number 2. Let's read the number 2 of the 9 guides.
All right. I promise to have sexual relations with no one but the opposite sex of my own kind.
That's it?
Yeah, that's number 2.
No, to the best of my knowledge or ability. Okay, that shit
None
is right there.
None of that. It's like, I promise to have sexual relations with no one but the opposite sex of my own kind, period.
But the opposite sex of my own kind.
Like that.
Well, that's easy for some of us.
That's right. That was a whole different game.
All right. So number 2 of the 9 guides restricts reproduction to existence only among those of the same kind. That is, those of the same race. This restriction is also a part of self-preservation, and self-preservation is the first law of nature. Eternal life is the continuous procreation with the opposite sex of your own kind. Therefore, it is very desirous to have a son among the offspring of a family, because a son continues the blood lineage. The sex with own kind principle prevents a race from destroying itself, and likewise prevents people of other races from destroying it by miscegenation. The NUBUN male is very fortunate to have the richest female in body on the planet, and that is the woolly-haired female. And we must learn to protect her in every way and provide for her. The Caucasian male struggles to keep males of other races away from his females, because he knows if other males obsess his females, his race, given time, will become a multitude of hybrids and mix-ups and members of no particular race. In other words, the race loses its identity, and that is destruction. We must also strive to maintain our NUBUN identity. Self-Guided says, read it again, Don. What part, Sugar Pie, because I just saw it. You got to give me a key word. Just the whole thing, number 4? You just want us to read it again? We'll read it again. It's nothing, motherfucker. I'm wired, nigga. I've been on like 8 cups of fucking Folgers and candy. You want to do it again? He says 2 says the future telling the present. Okay. Can I get that number 2 again one more time, Guru, if you're not busy? If you can unmute, that would be okay.
Yeah, that would help if I unmuted. That would help. Number 2.
I see you.
I promise to have sexual relations with no one but the opposite sex of my own kind, period.
Okay. Self-Guided says this is what is occurring right in front of you. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see what hits him. So number 2 of the 9 guides restrict reproduction to existence only among those of the same kind. That is, those of the same race. This restriction is also a part of self-preservation, and self-preservation is the first law of nature. Eternal life is the continuous procreation with the opposite sex of your own kind. Therefore, it is very desirous to have a son among the offspring of a family, because a son continues the blood lineage. Is that what you wanted? Self-Guided, you want to talk about my son? Is that why you said right there? Is this what the fuck? Are you making shots at me, motherfucker? Is this what this shit is all about? You taking shots at me? The sex with own kind. Okay, he said keep going. I was about to say, nigga, I'll find your ass in Kentucky. The sex with... Okay, we getting a reverb. I know this you, Guru. You gotta take me off speaker, baby. I know you don't like that cell phone up to your ear.
All right.
But the sex with own kind principle prevents a race from destroying itself, and likewise prevents people of other races from destroying it by miscegenation. The NUBUN male is very fortunate to have the richest female in body on the planet, and that is the woolly-haired female. And we must learn to protect her in every way and provide for her. The Caucasian male struggles to keep males of other races away from his females because he knows if other males obsess his females, his race, given time, will become a multitude of hybrids and mix-ups and members of no particular race. In other words, the race loses its identity, and that is destruction. We must also strive to maintain our NUBUN identity. Okay, I'm ready. Let's get to number 3.
Number 3, all right. I promise to eat and drink only those gases, liquids, and solids which will be more beneficial than harmful to my mental and physical selves, to the best of my knowledge, wisdom, understanding, and ability.
Now, I asked the question when you first read that, the number 3, the 9 guys. What the fuck is gases we could eat?
You know, that's a good question.
Antichrist says seeds, because seeds give off nitrogen or some old shit. Don't seeds give out that nitrogen? Ain't it nitrogen in the cigarette? Yes.
Don't give me.
It's fucking nitrogen. That's why I fucks with it.
There it is. Getting the gases that you need. Only the gases you need.
What else got gas in it? That carbon monoxide. I fucks with that shit too.
I do too.
Are you serious? You too, nigga?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You an alien for real.
Yeah, that's what hey.
I fucks with that.
That
shit is the fucking shit.
It is.
Humans can't take that shit. They'll fuck around and die.
They'll die. Well, I enjoy. That's how I know that's that extraterrestrial alien gang right there.
Yeah. And I can't remember though, but one day we got to go back in the tablets. It'll show you some of the elements in the shit we be breathing on certain planets and shit. That's the fucking bomb.
That's right. That's right. I can't remember.
That's here now because when they're changing the atmosphere, they only changing it for those that can breathe it, that can live within it.
Those that can breathe it, and that's why we able to breathe it.
That's why I don't believe the poisoning of the air, because air feels fine to me. It actually gets me high.
Yeah, same with me, Don. I'll be getting some crisp air in the nostril. You know what I'm saying? I'll be like,
Exactly. You know that krypton secretes at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Krypton in the air. A high concentration of krypton. That shit is the fucking bomb.
It is. It really is.
Okay.
Nice and crisp.
Okay, so read our third promise one more time so I can remember what the hell it said.
Okay. I promise to eat and drink only those gases, liquids, and solids which will be more beneficial than harmful to my mental and physical selves, to the best of my knowledge, wisdom, understanding, and ability.
Okay, so there is a fact in the expression that a person is what he or she eats. And this expression launches us into number 3 of the 9 guides. If a person eats or drinks something which he or she knows is not fit for consumption, or it disagrees with him or her, that person is unintelligent and thereby is mentally dead. The one supreme being is nature in general. Let me stop right there. I got to cuss out somebody that done threw the word pork in the chat room. For the record, pork agrees with me, motherfucker.
It agrees with me too, Don. I ain't never had a problem with it. Ain't never.
You too? Are we soulmates?
Hey, it done jacked me up.
Are we twin
flames?
levels?
I let everybody else talk about it, but I know what happened when I eat it.
Damn, that's some crazy shit, man.
Yeah.
This is terrible.
Yep.
And we should have this conversation in private, honey.
That's right.
Making these niggas throw up.
Right.
Ooh, y'all nasty motherfuckers.
Y'all nasty, dirty motherfuckers. Now, pow.
I just had to put that on record, man. That nigga threw pork in there. What up, NEX? I miss you, honey. Matru Nefiru Tamaray says pork makes my head hurt. You know what? There's a lot of people who say pork make their head hurt. You're not supposed to get it. It's not for you.
That's right. It's not for you.
Yeah. It makes me feel fine. It actually makes my stomach flatter.
Hey, it worked well with me. Energy and protein in the game.
I can't believe you, Guru. Nobody good over here. But he about to break this shit down, though. I'm telling you, he about to break this shit down about this shit, because this is what we stopped off at in the previous show. Okay, so, all right. So now, if a person eats or drinks something which he or she knows is not fit for consumption, or it disagrees with him or her, now, I just got a question now. If a person eats or drinks something which he or she knows is not fit for consumption, should you niggas be eating pussy? And should you hoes be drinking cum?
Well, if you know it's fit for consumption, you can go ahead and do it.
Okay. Okay. I just had to ask.
That's all. Hey, that's why we read it. It done healed me now.
Look at all the brothers. That's made for consumption. All the brothers in the chat room saying that's made for consumption. KB, change your fucking font. Boo, we can't fucking read that shit you saying. Okay, all right. I just wanted to be clear on that. What about ass? I just gotta ask.
It's all to the individual. I'm gonna just say it like that.
I mean, if a nigga start throwing up, don't eat no more ass no more. You hear me?
That's right. If it's getting you sick,
it disagrees with you.
Eat your honey's ass and she happy. Hey.
I don't like that shit though. I be like, man, don't even fucking back there, nigga. Get down here in the front.
That's what you need to do.
You know what I'm saying? And toes and shit. Like, come on, man. Are you serious?
Yeah, some of them, some honeys love them. They'll come from the toe game. So
putting shit like that in your damn mouth. It's not fit for consumption. You can't eat a toe unless it's pig feet. A rabbit foot, motherfucker. You can't chew no damn human toes like that and swallow. I know what the hell consumption means. You can swallow. But anyway, it says if a person eats or drinks something which he or she knows is not fit for consumption, or it disagrees with him or her, that person is unintelligent and thereby is mentally dead.
Yep.
The one supreme, here we go now. You ready to? The one supreme being is nature in general. And the one supreme being is our physical lives because we feel, we eat, drink, taste, and breathe the one supreme being. The one supreme being is our mental lives because the study and understand it by analyzing and learning of it. The one supreme being is food, clothing, and shelter. It is all persons, all places, and all things. Here we go. That's where we stopped at, right here.
That's where we stopped. Yeah.
Each person, we're going to take it slow on this shit. Each person here we go. Let's take it slow. Each part of a person's physical self, which has a different composition than another part, is composed of a different formula. And those parts different in composition. And those parts different in composition require a different food. That is, the kind of food which possesses the formula of that part.
So true. That's so true.
Okay, let's do it again. He said more slower. Two said more slower. Okay, because I still want to be able to digest this shit.
Yeah.
Each part of a person's physical self, which has a different composition than another part, is composed of a different formula. And those parts, different in composition, require a different food. That is, the kind of food which possesses the formula of that part.
Okay. That was a good line.
So, fuck, which means that we have to, like, fuck, it's like you got to eat food for your heart. You got to eat food for your brain. You got to eat food for your liver. You got to fucking eat food for your kidneys. You got to eat food for your blood. You got to fucking, son.
You got to be in tune with your body. You got to know your body inside out. What does your body need today? What parts? What does your lungs need? What does your arms need? What does your heart need?
Right, and we know that some of the formula for the brain is H2O. Yep. Even though they talk about the body has to have a certain percentage of water, but your brain also needs it. So this a fucking lie when they say like the body is how much percent water?
Was it 80% water?
I don't motherfucking know. But really, motherfucker, your body needs 100% water because your brain needs that fucking water too, which also causes fucking headaches when your brain is not getting that H2O.
That is so true.
That formula it needs. So it ain't just the body that needs to be 85% water. I think the brain needs at least 100% of that motherfucker. Yeah. And then it should filter throughout the body.
Yeah.
And NEX, they lying about the earth is 75% water because the air we breathe is also fucking water. See, these crackers be lying to you Negroes. The air we breathe is fucking water. It's just at a denser state.
Yeah. We're in 100%.
That's water we're breathing. We are inside water. This is the blueprint planet. It is 100% water.
100%
and what's so fire about it, what's so fucking fire about that shit, even underneath the ocean floor is land.
It is.
With air underneath it.
Thank you.
With air underneath it. The deeper you, oh my God, what?
Yes.
Motherfucker, what? That's why there are still beings that live in Atlantis, in that city.
That's right. That is so true. All land underwater.
It's land and air underneath that surface of the ocean floor.
And air. Yep.
Underneath that shit. That's where the nigga be going.
Yeah, it's taller mountains underwater than Mount Everest on top.
And same way the pyramid is like that too.
Yep, that's right. Same way.
You will find land again. The deeper you go, you'll find a whole new world. Yep. That's why they say the inner cities.
Yep.
Underwater Karens. Tell it, NEX. Okay, so I get this part now. Each part of a person's physical self, which has a different composition than another part, is composed of a different formula. And those parts, different in composition, require a different food. And those parts, different in composition, require a different food. That is the kind of food which possesses the formula of that part. When a given part of the person does not get the formula necessary. Let's do it again. When a given part of the person, when a given
Just take it slow. Just take it slow.
Hey, say this. Slow it down, Rev.
Slow it down, Rev. Slow it down.
Okay. When a given part of the person does not get the formula necessary for its survival, the part begins to degenerate and the person starts to suffer from some kind of disease or ailment. Ethiopian communities everywhere need mentally resurrected dietitians. Damn. Ethiopian communities everywhere need mentally resurrected dietitians who can teach Ethiopians what to eat, how much to eat, and when to eat. We need a resurrected dietitian.
Resurrected dietitian.
A mentally resurrected dietitian.
That's serious, right?
Good God.
Mentally resurrected dietitian. I've never seen those three words together like that.
Me fucking either.
Wow.
A mentally resurrected dietitian who can teach us what to eat, how much to eat, and when to eat. Most seafoods with scales are all right to eat. Most fowl that is not birds of prey is all right to eat. Fruits that are suitable for your digestive system are all right to eat. And notice how he said that shit.
That are suitable for your
digestive system, because you know a lot of fruits I can't fuck with.
Yep.
Make me throw up.
Yep. You can't even deal with it.
Yeah, he know that shit. So everybody can't eat the same shit because what he say, any dumbass that'll eat some shit that disagree with him is fucking mentally unintelligent. Is mentally
That's
dead.
Right. Let's go back to that principle right there.
I can't do it. And there's a whole bunch of motherfuckers that can't eat seafood. They're allergic to it.
Yeah. They'll blow up. All their glands get all fat and all that.
Yeah.
They get jacked from that. Yep.
Fruits that are suitable for your digestive system are all right to eat. Nuts, like peanuts, are all right to eat because peanuts are not as hard to digest as some other nuts because they are not as heavy and oily as some others. 7. Yet raw jumbo peanuts are very helpful to those who are bothered by too much stomach acidity. All vegetation is not poisonous and is agreeable. No, my bad. All vegetation that is not poisonous and is agreeable, look how he wrote this shit, and is agreeable to the person is all right to eat. You see that shit? I fucking love this alien. Yeah. I'm so glad he's not a fucking human.
No, I
swear.
It's the best.
You heard me too. Man. I ain't bullshitting. all vegetation that is not poisonous and is agreeable to the person is all right to eat. And agreeable means taste buds and everything. Like,
That's right.
These collard greens taste good.
The first line.
Oh, I love me some collard greens.
It's the first line of defense is your taste buds. It'll let you know what's right and what's wrong.
That's right. That's the first thing your body say, hell fucking nah. You be ready to gag.
Spit that shit out.
Yep. All vegetation that is not poisonous and is agreeable to the person is all right to eat. Now, of course, artificial drinks are poisonous to the health, and the water and fruit juices available to the person should be as fresh as possible and as pure as possible. No comment.
And get the best water you can get. Hey, that Fukushima plant blew up and the radiation hit the water. Hey, just get the best you can get.
As pure as possible. He knows you say as fresh as possible and as pure as possible.
And as pure as possible. There's some of the water that come out that faucet that'll jack a motherfucker up, but which one can you drink that's filtered for some?
Absolutely, because they goddamn faucet water and they goddamn stove motherfucker.
Yeah.
Nigga, when I turn the cold water on for Malacat, just to smell it make me throw up.
See?
That shit, damn, my nigga. You know as I give it to Malacat, though, right? He'll motherfucker drink this shit.
Yeah.
That's probably what they, because I know the food. Malacat be throwing up, too, all over the damn store. Like, I be like, what wrong with you? I drunk too much water this time.
Bullshit.
Hey, man, ain't nothing I can do with it. That's a fucking animal. The fuck you think? You think I'm supposed to treat this motherfucker like a human being? Sometimes I do give it water out the bottle, though. Depending on if I don't feel like throwing up, turning the water on, I just say, man, I'm not going near that water, fill it bowl up. Here, nigga. Get some of that Aquafina.
That's right.
That shit stink. It make me throw the fuck up, yo.
There's something up with that, Don. It's something up. With me, it'll jack me up like I got a sore throat and shit. Like I'm sick. So I'm like, I can't even fuck with that. Let me go on and get this filtered game.
Yeah. I can't do it. I won't even put a filter on that nasty shit.
That shit be nasty. Be like,
All right, so here we go.
Water. Here we go.
Okay, now, of course, artificial drinks are poisonous to the health, and the water and fruit juices available to the person should be as fresh as possible and pure as possible. Of course, alcoholic drinks are completely taboo for mentally resurrected Ethiopians. Sorry, Antichrist. You're out. He's having to fit in the afterpod in the chat room. But it's okay, baby. Of course, alcoholic drinks are completely taboo for mentally resurrected Ethiopians. The air we breathe and the water we drink should be very clean and fresh. And smoking tobacco and marijuana cloud the lungs and bloodstream. In short, anything that will cause a person more harm than benefit should not be consumed. If an intelligent person knows that something does him more harm than help, he or she will not indulge. I totally agree. So, Antichrist, does the alcohol does you more harm than help?
Help. You gotta roll. I mean,
you ain't going around beating people up once you're intoxicated, is you? You do that. You do that in the closet somewhere by yourself, do you? You don't bang your head on the wall once you get drunk. You don't try to cause harm to yourself, do you? Because, you alcoholic motherfuckers start kicking the wall with your feet, hitting glass and with your fists and shit, tearing up TVs, punching the fucking wall, knuckles all bloody.
Putting holes in the wall.
Just start taking frustration out on the wall and shit, the carpet, the dishes. You motherfuckers, I tell you. Look at Seth Guy, this alcoholic, talking about Don, who you date? You motherfucker. Okay, let's go into number 4.
Number 4.
For the record, I never dated an alcoholic, and I'm so glad I haven't ever in my life. I just want to say that. I don't know. I mean, I fucked a few alcoholics, but that don't count. And trust me, when a nigga is sloppy ass drunk, that's the best fucking sex on the fucking planet. When both you motherfuckers are drunk. When one of you motherfuckers are, I don't know what that shit is like, but 2 drunk motherfuckers, oh my God, it's ecstasy. It's fucking ecstasy. And I only did that one time out of my life. One time. And it was a goddamn best. And me and the niggas seen each other like weeks and months later and shit. And we just sat there drinking, talking about it again. And we went back at it. Now, you remember that time we got drunk out there? We fucking got there. We did that shit. Yeah, nigga, goddamn, put me another goddamn was that Patron, nigga. You want to do it again? That shit was incredible, though. I hope Doc ain't listening. Damn, I hope this motherfucker sleep. Bullshit. You know I'm perfect. You know I'm sincere and innocent in his eyes, so I got to keep it that way.
This ain't no recounting of the old good stuff.
Okay, so I'm ready when you come on, Guru, stay focused,
all right.
Okay, 4. Give us no Guru having flashbacks and shit.
Yeah, I am. Number 4. All right, I'm ready. Okay, number 4. I promise to be a NUBUN first, to the best of my knowledge, wisdom, understanding, and ability, than whatever else I wish to be.
I promise to be a NUBUN first. 8, mentally resurrected NUBUNs try hard to follow and adhere to highest standards in nature. Notice he said try hard to follow and adhere. That is true. We do. We do try hard to follow and adhere to the highest standards in nature. And trying hard to be a NUBUN first in a world of mankind is no exception. Oh, Nick Nubian. Nick Nubian said Don and Guru make a great team. Girl, go post that. Go post that on Babylon Facebook page for me, boo. Start a little bit of dissension between the brotherhood for a minute. Okay, let me get my mind right. I digress. Okay, so mentally resurrected NUBUNs try hard to follow and adhere to the highest standards in nature. And trying hard to be a nigga first in a world of mankind is no exception. Ain't that the fucking truth? That is the hardest fucking thing is to be black in the world of mankind. Like, act the way you supposed to act. You feel me? Like a nigga.
Right. I feel you.
Like a real fucking nigga.
Yup. Yes, man. Oh, my God. Yes. Everything is attacking you being a nigga first. Everything.
Everything. Because then it be another nigga telling you to act like you got some sense.
Right. Which is mankind.
For mankind, motherfucker.
For mankind, please. but it's a beat down. It's like trying to beat you into that spot, and you fighting that.
Exactly. That's like, so you want me to hide my niggerness?
Yes.
Suppress the blackness in me? I'm supposed to talk like this with rhythm.
Right. I'm supposed to have energy in my life when I talk.
Exactly. I'm supposed to come in the room and light that bitch up. You telling me to tone it down, man. Bunch of crackers in this bitch today.
Tone it down? The fuck you mean shut up and slow down and close it down and quiet down?
Man, I found myself conforming, man. Like, that shit ain't no joke. When you when you have an out-of-body experience and your real self looking at you saying, nigga, you wrong for this shit today.
Yeah.
Look at you talking all, well, basically, you know, I mean, I'm just like, like, oh my God. Like, I mean, did you, I swear that shit is fucking hard, yo.
Like, man.
You get to the point where you just say, fuck you. I ain't got no time to bullshit a motherfucker. See, white people bullshit.
And they got time to
bullshit you. That's a whole nother fucking shit. And now you acting like a bullshitter. Talking like a bullshitter. You know what I'm saying?
Acting like you got the time, like you just said. I like how you said the time to bullshit. You acting like you got the time to bullshit.
We ain't got no time to fucking bullshit. Do you understand what time it is?
Run it. That's
I stopped that shit. I really did. It take a minute. Sometimes, you know, you a nigga, and sometimes you a conform nigga.
That's right.
And then, you know what I'm saying, and then you look back at the time where you just said it straight with no chaser to a motherfucker, no matter what the fuck they are, what status they got, and you win every time because you been NUBUN first.
That's right. In fact, they wind up loving you.
Yeah, you know that's what the fuck I'm saying, because you know them motherfuckers can't stand no phony ass nigga trying to act like them.
Right.
They hate that shit. They treat your ass like a damn, you want to talk about some pig or some swine, motherfucker. You become the lowest of low. You become a fucking beggar to them. Bitch. You become less than their women. Who the fuck want to become less than they woman? The white man.
They keep it under their boot.
Oh my God. And then they treat you like shit, how you jumping over hurdles and shit. You come back and you got everything they say you need, and then they fucking say, no.
Right.
Sorry. I got played like that in this town.
What they do?
I got played like that. I started to do the whole mammy roll on them motherfuckers, but then I said, you know what? I ain't finna goddamn do no goddamn soft shoe ass with you motherfuckers. I'm gonna have you regret that you didn't fucking give me what the fuck I asked for. I started to do a whole white man please roll. I started to be the whole black bitch in a motherfucking bank yelling 4 kids and left husband roll.
Yeah.
I said, I ain't finna do this shit. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll cast a goddamn spell and create something better than what the fuck I asked you niggas to give me. Then y'all niggas gonna lose your fucking mind when Mr. White Man, who I didn't fuck, who's over you, say to your white ass, nigga, you cracker, you fired, because now we could have got that money every fucking month with goddamn 30% interest.
Thank you.
On the fucking loan.
I love it, Don. I love it. That's what I'm talking about.
Now this bitch riding around every fucking year with $100,000 vehicle with a goddamn 6% interest rate on it, when we could have gave this bitch a Ford fucking Taurus for a bank loan. And then I would have still been paying on that motherfucker right now.
Right.
That shit was 9 years ago. You'll never get my shit. Fuck you. Man, they had me jumping over goddamn hurdles. They had me cut niggas' throats. They said kill a nigga for us. I said, okay. I said, go hang a nigga. You want that goddamn $15,000 car? Go hang a nigga.
Comes back around. Hey, my baby. What goes around comes back around. Hey, my baby. What goes around comes back around. Hey, my baby. What goes around.
Mystical teacher sat by the seaside. It was about 5 o'clock because we heard the free ride. Anyway, the teacher was talking in stride, sitting upon a rock that was wide and warning against false pride. Come to where I reside, a woman cried, and the teacher replied, do you serve your fish fried? Yes, she replied, with potato salad on the side. And the teacher replied, well, where do you reside? She said, up on the hillside, it's not a far ride. If you came to have dinner, I would be so gratified. The teacher replied, it's 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, you decide. She replied, 7 o'clock, do you like stir fried? She was mystified and felt so dignified. The teacher was coming to the house where she resides, so she purified with pesticides, calling her friends up nationwide. Some of her friends were tongue-tied. They felt so glorified. She made steamed fish, baked fish, fish that was fried, soup, steamed vegetables, potato salad on the side. You could smell the bread in the oven far and wide. Natural juices and water purified. Organic fruits brought from the countryside. With silver forks and knives placed side by side. You could not be dissatisfied. Looking out the window, staring at the mountainside, you would have died. 6:59, she's swollen with pride. As the moment intensified, there's a knock from outside. She opens the door, for the teacher has arrived. But to her surprise, it was a bomb who cried, please, I smelt the bread from outside. One piece. And then she replied, the teacher is coming. He's soon to have arrived. You're making me look bad. Come on now, step aside. The bomb then replied, when I say I'm hungry, I haven't lied. Give me some of that chicken that you just fried. She replied, chicken fried? No, that's for the teacher. You're not purified. Then she slammed the door and went back inside. Sat on the couch with the TV guide. She looked at the clock. It was 7:09, then 7:30. He still hasn't arrived. 8 o'clock, she was on the downside. 9 o'clock, by now she's teary-eyed. She pissed off and her anger multiplied. She cried, then fell asleep dissatisfied. Next day, she woke up and was preoccupied with meeting the mystical teacher who lied. Where could he hide? She ran down by the seaside. He was there teaching about false pride. You lied, she replied. You lied. You said you would be there at 7 o'clock. You lied. He replied, no, I have not lied. I came at 6:59 and you told me to move aside. I asked for bread and chicken that was fried, and you said that I wasn't purified. She replied, I wasn't notified. I had no idea that you was the bomb that cried. And the teacher sighed, then replied, this concludes our lesson on false pride.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Dawn Nicoleone Show.
Oh, yeah. Y'all already know what time it is. The moment that you've been waiting for. The one that you've been waiting to hear. The one that calls the call, that calls the effect. Put your hands together for the baddest bitch in El Cologne. God, Nicoleone.
Cologne. I'm in the love of the all, and all love is in me. I am a part of the all, and the all is a part of me. I am one with the all, and the all is one with me. I can succeed as a part of the all and fail as an individual. I can be all that I wish in the all as long as my wish is to stay in the all. I'm never alone. The all is, I am. The all can, I can. The all does, I do. Hello.
Hey, what up, everybody? Welcome to the Don Nicoleone Show. It is official. It's Wednesday. It's Hump Day. Damn, I don't know if we're going to get us a hot damn politics tonight, though. But great day, everybody. I hope Neff's daughter let her come out and play and educate us, goddammit. But this is the Don Nicoleone Show, 12 noon Eastern Standard Time on Monday through Friday, baby. Right here on WGAG Radio. Great day to everybody on the call lines. Call-in number is 425-569-5274. Speaking of the call lines, if you would like to make a comment on the show live,
I don't think the one button works, so somebody could test it real quick. Any call on the line, hit the one button on your keypad. Let me see if I can see you, and then I'll tell you can take it, hit one again to take it down. Just need a tester on the call queue, so I know if anybody want to end over. Other than that, great day, everybody over there in the after party. Let's shout out to my man Bingy DC9 in the building, man. How y'all doing today? Throw some love up in that damn lockdown radio again, chat. Man, great day, oh God. Let's shout out to Nora 8. Hope all is well with y'all. Oh, that's not supposed to happen. Sorry. Goddamn, tell me all is well, man. Look here. Well, you know, it's a discussion going on. Great day, Miss Hudson. It's a discussion going on now, and this is quite interesting. I find this shit very, 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 very interesting. That Whoopi Goldberg is suspended from, what is it called, The View for 2 weeks. And get what her saying. Get what Whoopi is saying while they suspended her ass. Let me make sure I got it right. Whoopi said that Nazis and Jews were both white. That's what she said on Monday. They suspended her ass for that shit. And then repeated the statement on the Late Show with Stephen Goldberg that evening. She walked back the remarks on Twitter later that night. But that's all she said. That's all she said. No, she said more than that. Then she went on Twitter and was like, as Jonathan Greenblatt from the Anti-Defamation League shared, the Holocaust was about the Nazis' systematic annihilation of the Jewish people who they deemed to be an inferior race. I stand corrected, but they still, they didn't give a shit. They suspended her. People wanted her to be fired, but ABC refused to fire Whoopi on that one. But ain't that interesting? Whoopi said, I don't get this shit. They both white, Nazis and fucking Jews. Nazis and... She said they both white. Don't that sound familiar? Goddamn Friday show, shout it, man. Hell, y'all talking about Friday show, right? They both white. The hell is the fuck is the issue? That was. I don't know. But anyway, so yeah, they fired her. And before I go in, no, they didn't fire her. Sorry, they suspended her. And she was saying that the Holocaust wasn't racist. That's what she was saying. Holocaust wasn't racist simply because they're both white. Let me do it again. She said the Holocaust there ain't no racism in no damn Holocaust. They both white people. What are you talking about? Oh shit, where my earrings go? Yeah, okay, let me do it again. She said some shit like Whoopi said, hold on, let me get that quote right. Let me get it right. Whoopi said, what Whoopi said again? What I say she said? God damn it, let me find the right words. Oh, she said, they ain't racist. Nazis and Jews are both white. That shit, they'll tickle the hell out of my ass. But they said, bitch, you suspended. They said you suspended for 2 goddamn weeks for that whole ass shit there, Whoopi. But anyway, so everybody demanded that ABC the ABC fire Whoopi Goldberg for saying the Holocaust wasn't racist. It's not racist. God damn it. And Whoopi claimed that it was not about race because Nazis and Jews are both right. Ooh, wee. All right, so for those that don't really get it, but more than 6 million Jews was murdered across Europe during the Holocaust between 1941 and 1945. Ain't but 3 goddamn years. 4 years. 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, yeah, 4 goddamn years. Anyway, then they said she doubled down. I told you about that, the late night show. the Late Show with whatever his name is on Monday. And on Tuesday, she returned to The View, and she apologized on air before interviewing the CEO of the Anti-Defamation League about anti-Semitism. Semitism. You remember what Rabbi Flinkenstein said? He said, we created that anti-Semitism so you can't speak out about us. You know what I'm saying? We control that shit. You can't say nothing about us. No, damn, I need that damn interview again. We need to hear it again. I should pull up my history. Yeah, we need that interview again when he say that shit. You can't say shit about us. We made that shit up. We forced people to shut their fucking mouths about us. So anyway, so she brought in she interviewing at that point the Anti-Defamation League, and she said she misspoke. Whoopi, 66 years old, by the way. She said it was about race. I stand with the Jewish people as I always have. And then a senior ABC News source told Daily Mail that the staff are stunned by network's refusal to fire Whoopi Goldberg. Anyway, so you have a conservative comedian, Diamond and Silk. They noted the network was so quick to fire comedian Roseanne Barr over racist comments towards Valerie Jarrett. Remember that? Well, I think Roseanne called her a monkey. Come to find out she is. But anyway, so Goldberg, she is convinced that she's Jewish. Whoopi believes she's Jewish. She says, my mother did not name me Whoopi, but Goldberg is my name. It's a part of my family, part of my heritage, just like being black. I just know I'm Jewish. I practice nothing. I don't go to temple, but I do remember the holidays. She also said people would say, come on, are you Jewish? And I always say, would you ask me that if I was white? I bet not. Anyway, Whoopi's mother name is Emma Johnson, and reportedly said that the family slave name was not Jewish enough for Goldberg to become a star. So anyway, but they got rid of Whoopi Goldberg is suspended and shit. Let me see what else we got on her. Just last week, in an email to ABC staffers, Godwin explained her decision to suspend the co-host, to suspend Whoopi. And they said, just last week, I noted that the culture of ABC News is one that is driven, kind, inclusive, respectful, and transparent. Whoopi comments do not align with those values. Godwin went on to praise Goldberg for inviting an ADL representative, Anti-Defamation League CEO or whatever, on Tuesday's show to discuss her offensive remarks. And so Whoopi has shown through her actions of many years that she understands the horrors of the Holocaust, and she started today's show with the recognition. That's what Goodwin wrote. And her suspension from the talk show came as some ABC insiders insisted that her apology wasn't enough and demand that they fire this bitch. Okay? Remember, job means persecution. Don't you ever forget that. That's what job means, persecute. So she done got persecuted for telling the damn truth. Yes, Nazis and Jews are both white. It was not about race. Okay? I get confused about that shit all the time myself, listening to Rabbi Finkelstein. Keep saying that, you know, he's going to get rid of the white race. They can speak. It's interesting. They can speak up. Never mind. I'm not saying it's interesting. They can speak real bad about the white race and get away with it. But you say anything about white people, goddamn. But anyway, so that's that. So Whoopi, Whoopi. This is what happens when you fucking with these goddamn crackers. This is why the Jews gonna annihilate them. Let me get that interview, man. Let's listen to this. I got to hear this interview every goddamn week, at least once a week. Let me find that shit. Now, let me see. How do I find the interview? Manage history? Is that where I need to go? Click on manage history. Dun 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 dun.
What was that? Last 7 days? All right. Oh, I don't even think it was on this one. Oh, I think it was on the other one. Let me see. Last 7 days. Last 7 days. What I need? Some BitChute. Holy Tablets. Wendy Williams. Hold up. Whole bunch of Dr. Yorks. Okay. Wrong browser. Hold up. Y'all want to hear them? Y'all want to hear them? That shit is confusing than a motherfucker in a sense. They don't consider themselves white. So, but yeah, you are. I'm sorry, Jew man. You are Caucasian. But I know you don't want to consider yourself white. You want to consider yourself Nubian, melanin enriched, God's chosen people, and you think you can take the birthright. And that's not true. Your Holocaust only lasts for 4 years. Abraham's seed shall be in a land that is not theirs, and they should be in bondage to them for 400 years, is what it say. In Genesis, the genealogy of Isis, everybody was black. Abraham's seed is Nubian, Mr. Jewman. Okay? All right? And according to the Tanakh, to the Torah, it speaks about your race. How your race is unclean in the Torah, Mr. Jewman. And the yellowing, thinning of your hair is also mentioned in that motherfucker too. I just want to tell you that. And also it said, we will gather the guilty blue eye, one of my favorite verses. All right, let me see if I can, let's hear Rabbi Finkelstein for a minute, please. Y'all don't mind, do you? All right, now, all I got to do now is find out how do I search my history on this one. Let me see. You know what? I think I'll probably come out better if I just go to BitChute and just type in Finkelstein, shouldn't I? God damn, look at all this. Oh, yeah, Friday. Yeah, I'll just search. I want to hear the interview. I'm going to play it on What's the Name for y'all on the Holy Tablet Show again, because that tablet that we read Saturday, oh my goodness, go hand in hand. Yaqub actually grafted the Jews, gave them 6,000 years to rule, weak and wicked. Let's go to BitChute. And grab this BitChute. There it is. And now all I got to do is remember how to spell Finkelstein. I just put in the word rabbi in the search. I'm going to play it again, man. Y'all need to be hearing this shit. It's probably something y'all need to hear every day, okay? Every single day you guys need to hear that shit. Need to hear Rabbi Finkelstein. Finkelstein. All right, and of course, my computer sucks. Y'all are lucky today. Anyway, on the other side of town, until I can get this thing, get this BitChute rolling right. So here's what happened on the other side of town. There's a few things, okay? Oh, wait. They ended up, did I tell you they gave her 2 weeks suspension? They would not fire her, and that's good. I mean, for what? Like, fuck. Well, and then all of a sudden, Whoopi gonna play like she don't know what the fuck she's talking about. Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know about no Holocaust. I lacked information. She tried to do that same shit Nick Cannon did. I just need to be educated. So let me bring the Anti-Defamation League on to the show so they can educate a bitch. Lie to educate, edit, dictate, education, edit, dictation. God damn it. The fuck? God damn, boy. Jews got this city on lockdown. Okay, well, this motherfucker's scrolling. All right, so let me see what else I can grab you people, because my computer sucks. Also, okay, remember I told y'all I wanted y'all to watch. Hey, that's not funny, She-Dot. Remember I told y'all I want y'all to watch, I didn't tell y'all, but I asked somebody. Unacknowledged. She-Dot, they got the whole planet on the baby. They got the whole planet. Tell the truth. You know I'm about to play these goddamn Jews, girl. I'm about to fucking play the hell out of this shit. About to play it, baby. Y'all need to hear it. Y'all need to hear it again. Whoopi need to hear it. Whoopi said it wasn't no racism. Whoopi said it wasn't racist. They're both Caucasian. They both white. Nazis and Germans. Is she right? Is she right? She not. Is she right? Is she right? She right, ain't she? Whoopi right, goddammit. Hold on. Whoopi right. Goddammit, like the hell. That's what I was saying Friday or Saturday or Thursday. One of them damn days last strong. I'm like, man, I don't understand it, man. Talking about we make white people eat their kids. And we're going to destroy the white race. I'm like, wait a fucking minute. Like, what the hell are you talking about? You are a Caucasian as well. Okay? That's kind of wild right there. But, yeah, the Nazis and Germans or Jews are the same. And this is why you can't tell them from shit from sugar. You can't tell the difference. You can't tell the difference, man. You can't tell the white person from a white person, man. But you can tell a Nubian person from a Caucasian. I tell you that much. All right. So, they not getting it to me, and I'm too lazy to get up, but I am. Take my hand to this other computer. Y'all want to hear it again? Just a little bit. Just that part. Just that part with Fickle. That's my new buddy right there, Finkelstein. Let me see. I'm going to bitch you on this computer. Finkelstein. Goddamn. It's amazing, man. Damn. All right, let me type and find Flickle. I don't know. I'm putting Rabbi in that bitch. That might help. I don't know how to spell his name. Hold on, let me put this, got it. I'm put the video in the chat room and see if I can pull it up. It's Fickle.
I'd like to welcome you to John 844.
Man, it's my shit right here. It's the New World Order, baby. Y'all better get with it. All right, here we go. Give me some sound.
James Wickstrom, a teacher of Yahweh, coming to you live on the Turner Radio Network for the next hour from 9 to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Filling in for Pastor Bob, who covered for me last week. We're going to have a very, very interesting program tonight. I'm sure you're going to find it that way. I have a guest by the name of Rabbi A.B. Finkelstein. He's off the east coast of the United States, who's going to be joining me tonight. And we're going to be talking about authenticity of things in the world. Rabbi A.B. Finkelstein, as I said, a rabbi off the east coast of the United States. Are you there with me tonight?
Shalom, I am here.
Say, listen, I'm filling in here for Pastor Bob tonight, and I know we've never met, but I do have some very interesting questions for you. I think questions that I want to give you the opportunity to answer to, because there's a lot of rumors and conjecture that's taking place across this country relating to the Jewish population, okay?
Okay.
Now, you see, as being off the synagogue and a teacher of the Jewish race, because you are a race, aren't you?
Well, some say we're a race, some say we're a religion.
Yeah, well, what do you say?
We're a little of each.
I can imagine, yeah. Now, I want to get into some hard topic here right away here. You know, you're a very pronounced person among your own people, and, of course, you're very aware that I don't like you or your race, okay? I'm sure you're aware of this, right?
That's your problem.
You see, there's a big topic that's going around on this 6 million Holocaust that took place during World War II of the Jews at Buchenwald, Auschwitz, and different places. A lot of information has come out here, Rabbi Finkelstein, that it's all myth and it's all conjecture. Could I have your view on this?
Well, everybody knows that the Jews never told a lie in the history of the world. However, whether it's 6 million or 600,000 or 60,000, it's just a number.
Oh, it's just a number, but the thing that I want to get to you at is that, you know, the 1934 World Encyclopedia stated that there was only 3.5 million Jews in all of Europe. How did 3.5 million Jews populate themselves to 6 million? This is the question I'd like answered.
Yeah, right.
Well, it's certainly a good question. There's no doubt about it. But the number, numbers, what can I say about numbers? The important thing is that Jews have always been persecuted all throughout the history of the world forever and still are.
Well, the reason they're persecuted is because they're thieves, liars, and murderers, just like it's stated in the book of John 8:44. Yet
Bible stuff.
You're a lying Jew is what you are. You're a lying Jew.
You could say that, but even when we lie, we tell the truth.
This is very ironic because, I never thought that I would get anyone that had the nerve to join me on a broadcast like this live. And I just got off a program with a retired colonel, a very highly decorated colonel, on my last broadcast, my original broadcast here, Rabbi Finkelstein. And we got into the banking aspect of the money in this country. Now, everybody, a lot of people who have studied banking and economics, they know that the Federal Reserve Banking Corporation is a private Jewish bank. Is this true?
Well, yes and no.
Well, what part is yes?
Well, it's a banking institution, that's for sure.
You see, the thing that I don't like about this is that the Jews never knew what hard work was, and they never had. And besides, this is the nice part about it. You Jews are just Christ murderers anyway.
Well, that's true. We did murder him, but he was Jewish too.
Can I say something real quick? Did you hear the part where he talks about hold up, let me wind it back, because this is very important. Because even the article that I read based on Whoopi, they said 6 million Jews.
For you, I think questions that I want to give you the opportunity to answer to, because there's a lot of rumors and conjecture that's taking place across this country relating to the Jewish population, okay?
Okay.
Now, you see,
they are like,
as being off the synagogue and a teacher of the Jewish race, because you are a race, aren't you?
Well, some say we're a race, some say we're a religion.
Yeah, well, what do you say?
We're a little of each.
I can imagine, yeah. Now, I want to get into some hard topic here right away here. You're a very pronounced person among your own people, and of course you're very aware that I don't like you or your race, okay? I'm sure you're aware of this, right?
That's your problem.
You see, there's a big topic that's going around on this 6 million Holocaust that took place during World War II of the Jews at Buchenwald, Auschwitz, and different places. A lot of information has coming out here, Rabbi Finkelstein, that it's all myth and it's all conjecture. Could I have your view on this?
Well, everybody knows that the Jews never told a lie in the history of the world. However, whether it's 6 million or 600,000 or 60,000, it's just a number.
Did I miss that?
Oh, it's just a number, but the thing is for you, I think, questions that I want to give you the opportunity to answer to, because there's a lot of rumors and conjecture that's taking place across this country relating to the Jewish population, okay?
You ain't got no sound.
Okay.
Now, you see, as being off the synagogue and a teacher of the Jewish race, because you are a race, aren't you?
Well, some say we're a race, some say we're a religion.
Yeah, well, what do you say?
We're a little of each.
I can imagine, yeah. Now, I want to get into some hard topic here right away here. You're a very pronounced person among your own people, and of course you're very aware that I don't like you or your race, okay? I'm sure you're aware of this, right?
That's your problem.
You see, there's a big topic that's going around on this 6 million Holocaust that took place during World War II of the Jews at Buchenwald, Auschwitz, and different places. a lot of information has coming out here, Rabbi Finkelstein, that it's all myth and it's all conjecture. Could I have your view on this?
Well, everybody knows that the Jews never told a lie in the history of the world. However, whether it's 6 million or 600,000 or 60,000, it's just a number.
Oh, it's just a number, but the thing that I want to get to you at is that, you know, the 1934 World Encyclopedia stated that there was only 3.5 million Jews in all of Europe. How did 3.5 million Jews populate themselves to 6 million?
Boom. Boom. How did 3.5 million Jews populate themselves to 6 million? Remember, the Holocaust is from 41 to 45.
This is the question I'd like answered.
So this was year 1934. Fucking Jews are.
It's just a number.
Oh, it's just a number, but the thing that I want to get to you at is that, you know, the 1934 World Encyclopedia stated that there was only 3.5 million Jews in all of Europe. How did 3.5 million Jews populate themselves to 6 million? This is the question I'd like answered.
Well, it's certainly a good question, there's no doubt about it. But the number, you know, numbers, what can I say about numbers? The important thing is that Jews have always been persecuted all throughout the history of the world forever and still are.
Well, the reason they're persecuted is because they're thieves, liars, and murderers, just like it's stated in the book of John 8:44. Yet
Bible stuff.
You're a lying Jew is what you are. You're a lying Jew.
You could say that, but even when we lie, we tell the truth.
You know, this is very ironic because, you know, I never thought that I would get anyone that had the nerve.
All right, now we got to find. Now I got to find where he talks about being anti-Semitic, how they started that thing. So you can't say shit about it. I don't know where it's at. I don't know where it's located. I don't know where it's at. So, if my spider senses tell me correctly, it might just be around here.
Retail, it's the Goyim that pays retail. We buy wholesale.
Well, that's very interesting. I understand that, but I also know the bloodletting. I know that on your Passover, which isn't mine, that a lot of little children do disappear, and I do know that, and I know a lot of police departments and agencies have been informed, but you're very open. You're very open tonight. I'm very surprised that you're talking about the bloodletting of the little children, that you put their blood in the matzah balls, and that you eat it on sacrifice on Passover.
Well, there was a Goyim that wrote a book about it back in the 30s. I forget his name at the moment. But anyway, he wrote the book. People didn't buy the book. People don't want to listen. We've been doing this for thousands and thousands of years, since down to Adam's time. We take the children of our enemy, which is the white race, and we bring them to the basements in the synagogues, where we drain the blood and watch them die there. It's very similar to how we do the sacrifices that we do with the kosher butchering. And so we do that, and then we mix it with the Passover bread, and so we eat the blood of our enemies. And the bodies, we're not cannibals, so what we do is we take those, because we can make some shekels, and we give them to the slaughterhouses, and those are pounds and pounds and pounds of meat that we grind up in the sausage and the hamburger, and that's why we made those the most popular thing, sausage for breakfast and hamburger for lunch. And so all the Goyim out here are really eating their children. And even when we say this outright and tell you people, you don't believe it. So that's your problem.
You know, I've got a question, and I yes, it is a problem. But you see, I've always wondered, how did you Jews ever get control of the i.e. Christian churches in this country. It's always baffled me to a varying degree, Rabbi Finkelstein. You know, you have your synagogue out there in New York on the East Coast, but I'm wondering how.
Real quick, because I have to go through it all to find where you know, because mind you, your girl was cited, Whoopi Goldberg was cited on the how do you call it? Anti-Semitism. For saying that the Nazis and the Jews are the same race and there was no racism. So, but guess what I got? I got the blood Passover right here in my face. Y'all want to taste that? Want a little taste at it? Shit. Shit. Damn, it's a lot of words. Although difficult to digest, these actions, once they're authenticated, shit. Wait, let me wake my tongue up. Goddamn, if I got to read this bullshit. Blind excuses are just as worthless as blindly dogmatic condemnation. Neither can demonstrate anything other than that which already exists in the mind of the observer to begin with. Anti-Semitism. All right, here we go. Any additional example of the two-dimensional flattening of Jewish history? Oh, then fuck it. I'm going to have to take it to the preface. Take it to the preface, done. Yeah, we got to get to the preface. This is the blood Passover for those that need to know. Yep, the blood Passover. Give me a sec. You know, we got to know about these humans, man. This is the preface. The preface. Ritual homicide, number 1. Ritual homicide trials. What's the name of that app? Which app, She-Dot? What you need from me? Oh, you got to get it from Zena. Yeah. Unless you give me your email and then I'll put it in the email that Zena emailed me at. You know what I'm talking about? Then I'll forward it to you if you give me your email address. All right, so ritual homicide trials. Ritual homicide trials are a difficult knot to unravel. Most researchers simply set out in search of more or less convincing confirmation of previously developed theories of which the researcher himself appears firmly convinced. The significance of any information failing to fit the preconceived picture is often minimized and sometimes passed over entirely in silence. Oddly, in this type of research, that which is to be proven. Oh, this is the book, by the way. Homeboy asked him about, and he said they put it out there, but people just don't. You want me to play that part? This is the book we're reading. Because he said, hey, the guy put it out there, but nobody paid attention to it. You on the line, newbie? Thank you for letting me know, because I don't have access to see who's on the line. Give me a mic check, newbie.
Hotep. How is everyone
Great
doing?
Day, baby.
Don, I have to actually say that I thought this was some kind of comedy skit for some reason in the beginning.
For real?
That's what it sounded like to me.
You know what? I was reading the comments on BitChute, right? And somebody was like, man, is this a fucking parody? Is this a comedy skit? Like, I can't believe what I'm listening to. No, that shit real, man. That's the real deal Holyfield, baby.
Wow.
That's Robert Finkelstein. Nah, ain't no comedy. And it's a Hebrew network that he's on, but that's kind of strange, right? That the guy that's interviewing him, he's a Hebrew. He believes in Yahweh, so that makes him a Hebrew, right?
Absolutely.
Right. And he don't like this Jew, but this Jew is also a goddamn Hebrew or a Jew, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
But if he hates the guy, then that's not anti-Semitism because they're both Jews.
You know what? That was something
he told the guy that he hated him, right?
That was something that Whoopi was trying to use. She was like, my last name is Goldberg. I'm fucking Jew too. I can't be anti-Semitic. Whoopi trying to use that shit too. I'm Jew too. Shit, I'm a real Jew, motherfucker.
Well, you have to agree with the statement that if a Jew hates a Jew, it's not anti-Semitism.
No, it's not. It's not at all. But you remember what happened to Nick Cannon a couple years ago? Do you remember? Nick Cannon, let me see if I can pull it up on a computer that works. Let me see if I can find Nick Cannon's statement. They got rid of his ass for saying this shit. Nick Cannon, anti-Semitic, what? How the fuck can I talk to this damn dumbass AI? Anti-Semitic, Semitic statements. Fuck it, let me use statement. What were Nick Cannon's racist and anti-Semitic? Nick Cannon said on the podcast, this what did it. Dropped over anti-Semitic comments, Semitic comments. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can quote it because this was a while ago, and then they kicked his ass out of that dumbass show he does called Wildin' Out. So then this nigga came back and said he was sorry and all that goddamn shit, and was like, I don't know as much, so maybe I could learn and all of that. And then they gave him back his job. Okay. This is what he says. It's on the podcast. I really need his vocals. I need his vocals. You know what I'm saying? I need his voice so you can hear it out of his mouth. This is just an article. But he says, come on, whatever that shit. All right, here's what he said. Oh, he was with Professor Griff. Okay? It was Nick and Professor Griff. He said that black people are the true Hebrews and that Jews have usurped their identity, which is true. Nick Cannon also said, when we are the same people who they want to be, he said, when we are the same people who they, meaning the Jews, want to be, that's our birthright. We are the true Hebrews. Then he discussed the color of the skin and claimed that people without dark skin live in fear. So he say some shit like, and I'm going to say this carefully. Then he begins to allege that people who lack sufficient melanin are a little less. So he says those without dark skin have a deficiency that history forced them to act out of fear and commit acts of violence to survive. Then he says, adding that he is referring to the Jewish people, white people, Europeans. He says they had to be savages. That's what he was saying. But I need his voice. I need the track where he actually say this shit. So shortly, that was July 2020 on the podcast. After so Viacom, CBS fired him after they heard that podcast with him and Professor Griff. And so boom, then they say some shit like, Viacom say, we have spoken with Nick Cannon about an episode of his podcast, Cannon's Class on YouTube, that's the name of it, which promoted hateful speech and spread anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. That's what it said. That's what they said. That's not a conspiracy, motherfucker.
So Don, what was the catalyst to this?
Oh, he sucked their dick, gave him back the job.
No, I mean before. What led him to be an anti-Semite?
He ain't anti-Semite, but that was the point. I wanted to find Rabbi Finkelstein saying we created the word anti-Semitic so that y'all won't say shit about us, and the moment you do, we come after your ass.
Okay.
And it's
it sure is.
He says it out of his mouth. They created all that shit. Okay? They created the word anti-Semitic.
I'm just trying to figure out, why did Nick Cannon say that? Was there some
Nick Cannon sitting on the show with Professor Griff, baby. What you think?
Professor Griff, he's from the Zulu Nation, right, Professor Griff?
Nah, that's Fight the Power.
Public Enemy.
Professor Griff, yeah. Yeah, but I really want to hear him say it out of his mouth so you can hear the shit. So shortly after that, he started to donate to the Jews and all that fucking shit. So he worked his way back down the hill with them bastards and got his job back after he said that shit. But see, and they just jumped on him like it's anti-Semitic. Remember, they call this conspiracy theory. That's what Viacom said. That nigga's a coon ass bitch. That's what Viacom called it, conspiracy theories. And that's not a conspiracy theory. It's the fact. Nubian people do have melanin, and you don't. That's a fucking fact. You know what I'm saying? Abraham's seed shall be in a strange land that is not theirs, and they shall serve them for 400 years. And by the way, fourth generation, your seed shall come hither. They will come out with great substance. Yet the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet fulfilled. The only motherfuckers that was in a 400-year bondage was melanin-enriched people, not the Caucasians over there in Europe who claim to be.
I don't think anybody can question that.
So that's not a conspiracy. That nigga is true. In fact, he said Nubian people are the fucking Jews, are the real goddamn Jews, and them motherfuckers is parading around pretending they're Jews and they are not. Even goddamn Jesus said it. Jesus said you acting like you a. He said Jesus said you act like you a Jew and you're not. You're nothing but the synagogue of Satan. That's what Jesus even told the Jews. Right? Remember that? You ain't nothing but the synagogue of fucking Satan. And you are of your father, the devil. It's one of my favorite verses. Our personal Lord and Savior, Yeshua HaMashiach. Yeah, he said, you are a liar. He said, you are a liar and a killer. Jesus was snapping on them motherfuckers, on them goddamn fake-ass Jews, man. Jesus was snapping on them. What up, Nurture? Okay, so John 8:44. Let's get it. Let's go to John. That's the same verse. The interviewer quoted to Reverend Finkelstein. They don't like that verse, man. Let's go to John. Go to our friend John. Anybody here see my old friend John? Can you tell me where he's gone? Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John is the last. Put John first. All right, here it is. This is my favorite part right here in the movie. They don't show this, though. You know when they be doing the Jesus Christ movies in the Nurture, doing Easter on PBS and all that dumbass shit, they don't show when that nigga go up against them Jews. You know that? Doing Easter and shit, Passover and all that shit. They don't show in those little Jesus movies and Jesus special that he go up against them goddamn Jews. John 8:44. Yeah, shouting.
I guess that depends on because of what Jesus we were talking about. Because there were a few Jesuses back then.
Man, they know damn well which Jesus. The only Jesus that had goddamn dumbass disciples. He was like Paul, John, Simon. Have we not loved you like you love me? You know, it's that Jesus. The one with these little goddamn lying ass disciples of his. Lying and shit. All right. So, this is what this nigga about to snap. They answered and said unto him, Abraham is our father. Now, matter of fact, this whole conversation is with the goddamn Jews. When Jesus went to the Mount of Olives, and early in the morning he came again in the temple, and all the people came unto him, and he sat down and taught them, blah, blah, blah. Because y'all remember when they said that Jesus Jesus went in the synagogues and taught and turned tables, not the churches. There was no such thing as church till you got to your boy Paul. You know what I'm saying? But he went in the synagogues and flipped over tables. It says it. He walked in this book here, this Holy Bible. What the fuck is you talking about? You remember that, newbie? That motherfucker was going in the synagogues and turning over their fucking tables and shit. And it was like, do not exchange money in my father's house, you monkey.
Yes, God.
Piece of
I remember
shit. Yeah, it was the synagogue, not churches. He was going in a synagogue. Jesus hated them motherfuckers. Jesus is actually anti-Semitic. Okay, here it is.
Absolutely.
Because I got to find when the Jews pop up. I got to turn some lights on, man. I can't fucking see shit. Hold up. But we got to find, I'm still going to read that Passover shit because I want y'all to hear that part. Where Rabbi...
Yeah, I want to hear about this bloodletting.
Yeah, where the guy asked him, he said, there's a book that a guy wrote called The Blood Passover, and this, that, and the third. It talks about y'all sick, sacrificing ass motherfuckers. And then he says, Reverend Finkelstein said, what did he say? He said, yeah, a Goem wrote it back in the 30s, but nobody read it. It was nothing but the truth in there. But people don't read. They don't want to know the truth. We tell it, put it in their face, and they still don't want to know it. We tell them, and they still don't fucking pay attention. That's the part. This is the book. He literally says, they told you the truth. The Goem, a very good Goem.
Sounds like vampirism.
What you mean, baby? Oh, about the blood Passovers?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to rewind that part, too. Where he asked him about that shit. Let me find where Jesus snapped on these motherfuckers at. All right, we already know he said you are of your father, the devil, but I want to make sure that y'all could see who he is talking to. Not that he spake to them of the Father, then said Jesus unto them, when you have lifted up the Son of Man, then shall you know that I am he, and he that sent me, blah, blah, blah. Then Jesus said to those Jews, here we go. Y'all ready? All right, we're going to start from John 30. John 31, baby. Then Jesus said to those Jews which believe on him, if you continue in my word, then are you my disciples indeed, and you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. They answered him, we be Abraham's seeds, and were never in bondage to any man. How sayest thou, you shall be made free? So the Jews said, we be Abraham's seeds, and we were never in bondage to any man, right? But mind you, in the Torah, it says what? Abraham, know for surety that your seed shall be a stranger in a strange land, and they shall be in bondage to these people. It literally say that, don't it? Don't say that. Don't make me go to Abraham and God talking. How the hell is you talking about? In Genesis, in the Torah. In the Torah. But anyway, and he said, and how should we be made free? We ain't never been bondage to nan, motherfucker. So they're already claiming to be that, okay? To be Abraham's seed. Jesus answered, verily, verily, I say unto you, whosoever committeth sin is the servant of sin. And the servant abideth not in the house forever, but the Son abideth forever. If the Son, therefore, shall make you free, you shall be free indeed. I know that you are Abraham's seed, but you seek to kill me, because my word hath no place in you. I speak that which I have seen. I speak that which I have seen with my Father, and ye do that which you have seen with your father. Jesus separates himself from the Jews at this point. They answered and said unto him, Abraham is our father. Jesus said unto them, if you were Abraham's children, you would do the works of Abraham. But now you seek to kill me, a man that have told you the truth, which I have heard of God. This did not Abraham. Then they say, you do the deeds of your father. Then the Jews then said they to him, then the Jews say to him, we be not born of fornication. We have one Father, even God. Then Jesus say, unto them, if God is your Father, God were your Father, you would love me, for I proceeded forth and came from God. Neither came I of myself, but he sent me. So he said, I ain't come of myself, I was sent. Then Jesus said, why do you not understand my speech, even because you cannot hear my word? Now Jesus getting pissed. He said, fuck that. You are of your father, the devil, and the lust of your father you will do. Your father was a murderer from the beginning and an abode not in the truth. An abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speak a lie, he speaketh his own, for he is a liar and the father of it. And be truth, you believe me not. He go on and on, snapping on them jaws, straight snapping on these motherfuckers. And yeah, he keep going. Yeah, this is one of my favorite chapters. It's short and sweet though. Chapter 8, John chapter 8. But anyway, all right, so y'all ready to, matter of fact, let me let y'all hear that part real quick about the blood Passover in the interview with Rabbi Finkelstein. And then ye shall, I got to find it. Damn, where I was playing this shit at. Oh, okay, here we go. Wind it back when he mentioned the blood Passover.
Now, I want to get into some hard topic here right away here. You're a very pronounced person among your own people, and of course you're very aware that I don't like you or your race, okay? I'm sure you're aware of this, right?
That's your problem.
You see, there's a big topic that's going around on this 6 million Holocaust that took place during World War II of the Jews at Buchenwald, Auschwitz, and different places. A lot of information has come out here, Rabbi Finkelstein, that it's all myth and it's all conjecture. Could I have your view on this?
Well, everybody knows that the Jews never told a lie in the history of the world. However, whether it's 6 million or 600,000 or 60,000, it's just a number.
Oh, it's just a number, but the thing that I want to get to you at is that, the 1934 World Encyclopedia stated that there was only 3.5 million Jews in all of Europe. How did 3.5 million Jews populate themselves to 6 million? This is the question I'd like answered.
Well, it's certainly a good question, there's no doubt about it. But the number, numbers, what can I say about numbers? The important thing is that Jews have always been persecuted all throughout the history of the world forever and still are.
Well, the reason they're persecuted is because they're thieves, liars, and murderers, just like it's stated in the book of John 8:44. Yet
Bible stuff.
You're a lying Jew is what you are. You're a lying Jew.
You could say that, but even when we lie, we tell the truth.
This is very ironic because, I never thought that I would get anyone that had the nerve to join me on a broadcast like this live. And I just got off a program with a retired colonel, a very highly decorated colonel, on my last broadcast, my original broadcast here, Rabbi Finkelstein. And we got into the banking aspect of the money in this country. Now, everybody, a lot of people who have studied A.B. Finkelstein, he's off the East Coast of the United States, who's going to be joining me tonight, and we're going to be talking about authenticity of things in the world. Rabbi A.B. Finkelstein, as I said, a rabbi off the East Coast of the United States. Are you there with me tonight?
Shalom, I am here.
Say, listen, I'm filling in here for Pastor Bob tonight, and I know we've never met, but I do have some very interesting questions for you. I think questions that I want to give you the opportunity to answer to, because there's a lot of rumors and conjecture that's taking place across this country relating to the Jewish population.
Did I miss it? Did I miss a mention the blood Passover? Nubi.
I didn't hear it, Don.
Okay.
Population, okay?
Okay.
Now, you see, as being off the synagogue and a teacher of the Jewish race, because you are a race, aren't you?
Well, some say we're a race, some say we're a religion.
Yeah, well, what do you say?
We're a little of each.
I can imagine, yeah. Now, I want to get into some hard topic here right away here. You're a very pronounced person among your own people, and of course you're very aware that I don't like you or your race, okay? I'm sure you're aware of this, right?
That's your problem.
You see, there's a big topic that's going around on this 6 million Holocaust that took place during World War II of the Jews at Buchenwald, Auschwitz, and different places. A lot of information has come out here, Rabbi Finkelstein, that it's all myth and it's all conjecture. Could I have your view on this?
Well, everybody knows that the Jews never told a lie in the history of the world. However, whether it's 6 million or 600,000 or 60,000, it's just a number.
Oh, it's just a number, but the thing that I want to get to you at is that, you know, the 1934 World Encyclopedia stated that there was only 3.5 million Jews in all of Europe. How did 3.5 million Jews populate themselves to 6 million? This is the question I'd like answered.
Well, it's certainly a good question, there's no doubt about it. But the number, numbers, what can I say about numbers? The important thing is that Jews have always been persecuted all throughout the history of the world forever and still are.
Well, the reason they're persecuted is because they're thieves, liars, and murderers, just like it's stated in the book of John 8:44. Yet
Bible stuff.
You're a lying Jew is what you are. You're a lying Jew.
You could say that, but even when we lie, we tell the truth.
This is very ironic because, I never thought that I would get anyone that had the nerve to join me on a broadcast like this live. And I just got off a program with a retired colonel, a very highly decorated colonel, on my last broadcast, my original broadcast here, Rabbi Finkelstein. And we got into the banking aspect of the money in this country. Now, everybody, a lot of people who have studied banking and economics, they know that the Federal Reserve Banking Corporation is a private Jewish bank. Is this true?
Well, yes and no.
Well, what part is yes?
Well, it's a banking institution, that's for sure.
You see, the thing that I don't like about this is that the Jews never knew what hard work was, and they never had. And besides, this is the nice part about it. You Jews are just Christ murderers anyway.
I forgot. I fast-forwarded all the way to like 48 minutes. That's where he mentions the blood sacrifice. Sorry, y'all.
Wake up in Europe, and they started to leave the Catholic Church. It was a terrible time because we weren't making as many shekels as we used to. So we had to put a stop to it. So the kings that we had in our hip pocket, just like the politicians in Washington, D.C. today, we paid them off to get you declared heretics so that they would crucify you and kill you. But there was too many of you, and the West was opening up where the Jews opened up New York and Rio, and everybody started going west to the Americas. And so we had to come up with a plan B. And plan B, we formed the Jesuits. It was a nice boy, Ignatius Loyola, that he started the Jesuits. And so they decided to infiltrate all the Protestant churches out there. And as always, us Jews work our way to the top. And then we take over the money line, the shekel line, the most important line, the lifeline, the gold. And so we took that over. And so slowly but surely we teach the teachings, change them a little bit to where it's all run by the Catholic Church again, the Mother Church. It's your mother, but the Father Church is the synagogues in Israel and in the synagogues in New York.
This is most interesting. There was a report just recently, a couple months ago here, Rabbi Finkelstein, of Ethiopic Jews in Israelite. These are black Jews. And the Jews in Israelite didn't want them there. And the Ethiopian, the black Jew, said, "Oh, no, we're Jews. We belong here, too." Oh, how does this all fit in? Well, how are these black Jews and the Jews over in Israelite didn't want them? Was they kind of like a disgrace or what?
Well, who wants a bunch of Schwarzes in your land? You don't want the Schwarzes in there. There are some rabbis that went down to Ethiopia and they said, "Oh, we'd like to be Jews too." We laughed, but we said, "Okay, pay us a few dollars and we'll teach you how to be a Jew." So there was a few rabbis that made some money there in Ethiopia, but every Jew knows that a Schwarzer can never be a Jew, and we don't want them dirtying up the neighborhood over in Israel. We give them neighborhoods here in America. We give them white women to mate with, to destroy both races, and Gazai, Gazel, Gavel, Gahaya. What can I say?
Well, that's, in other words, it's like a little...
What the fuck? Why did I miss this shit last Thursday? I played the shit.
This is crazy.
Why the fuck how did we miss this part?
This is nuts, son.
How the fuck? How the hell we missed this
You
part?
hear this?
What the fuck? I played the whole goddamn interview like 17 damn times on this show last Thursday or Friday.
He finally buckled down and started telling the truth. Because at first he was slithering like a snake. Every time they asked him a question, he was like, well, yes and no, you know? But now he's giving the cold hard facts.
I fast-forwarded to 48 minutes to hear this shit.
That's crazy.
Damn, let me wind that part back. What the fuck?
Well, the Jews opened up New York and Rio, and everybody started going west to the Americas. And so we had to come up with a plan B. And plan B, we formed the Jesuits. It was a nice boy, Ignatius Loyola, that he started the Jesuits. And so they decided to infiltrate all the Protestant churches out there. And as always, us Jews work our way to the top. And then we take over the money line, the shekel line, the most important line, the lifeline, the gold. And so we took that over. And so slowly but surely we teach the teachings, change them a little bit to where it's all run by the Catholic Church again, the mother church. It's your mother, but the father church is the synagogues in Israel and in the synagogues in New York.
You know, this is most interesting. There was a report just recently, a couple months ago here, Rabbi Finkelstein, of Ethiopic Jews in Israelite. These are black Jews. And the Jews in Israelite didn't want them there. And the Ethiopian, the black Jew, said, oh, no, we're Jews. We belong here, too. Oh, how does this all fit in? Well, how are these blacks Jews and the Jews over in Israelite didn't want them? Was they kind of like a disgrace or what?
Well, who wants a bunch of Schwarzes in your land? You don't want the Schwarzes in there. There are some rabbis that went down to Ethiopia and they said, oh, we'd like to be Jews too. We laughed, but we said, okay, pay us a few dollars and we'll teach you how to be a Jew. So there was a few rabbis that made some money there in Ethiopia, but every Jew knows that a Schwarzer can never be a Jew, and we don't want them dirtying up the neighborhood over in Israel. We give them neighborhoods here in America. We give them white women to mate with, to destroy both races, and Gazai, Gazel, Gavel, Gahaya. What can I say?
Well, that's, in other words, it's like Elizabeth Taylor now. She was a white woman, and yet she said she took on the ways of Jewry. How does this fit in?
Wait a minute. He's talking about y'all black-ass niggas. This shit.
Our way to the top, and then we take over them.
Because, you know, that bitch, that's dangerous. That bitch will fuck up a whole colony. Just one white bitch fuck up a whole goddamn lineage. Fuck your whole DNA, everything. Yeah. They know they know they're a deadly walking goddamn virus, so we give them to the niggas. Hold on, honey.
The money line, the shekel line, the most important line, the lifeline, the gold. And so we took that over. And so slowly but surely we teach the
Jews. And the Jews in Israelite didn't want them there. And the Ethiopian, the black Jew, said, oh, no, we're Jews. We belong here, too. Oh, how does this all fit in? Well, how are these blacks Jews and the Jews over in Israelite didn't want them? Was they kind of like a disgrace or what?
Well, who wants a bunch of Schwarzes in your land? You don't want the Schwarzes in there. There are some rabbis that went down to Ethiopia and they said, oh, we'd like to be Jews too. We laughed, but we said, okay, pay us a few dollars and we'll teach you how to be a Jew. So there was a few rabbis that made some money there in Ethiopia, but every Jew knows that a Schwarzer can never be a Jew, and we don't want them dirtying up the neighborhood over in Israel. We give them neighborhoods here in America. We give them white women to mate with, to destroy both races, and Gazai, Gazel, Gavel, Gahaya. What can I say?
Well, that's, in other words, it's like Elizabeth.
Damn, I gotta speak Yiddish. What the hell did he say? What can I say?
What the hell?
What the fuck does that mean? We gotta fucking speak Yiddish too, man.
We gotta look that up. I think that's Yiddish.
Yeah, that's Yiddish. That's Yiddish.
Elizabeth Taylor now, she was a white woman, and yet she said she took on the ways of Jewry. How does this fit in?
Well, she married a nice little Jewish boy named Eddie Fisher, and they had a daughter named Carrie Fisher, and so she donates a lot of money to the synagogue. She's a good goyim shiksa, and she thinks she's Jewish. She can think what she wants. Hopefully that she'll give a lot of money to our synagogue when she dies, which should be soon because she doesn't look like she's in too good a health.
Rabbi Finkelstein, we're coming down on time here, but I wanted to get into this because, you know, you and I are at war. The war actually is between the white race, the children of Seth, against the children of Cain, of which you are. And we know that it's been written in the Aramaic and in all the ancient texts, you know this as well as I, that only one race is going to survive on the face of this earth, and you know it's the white race.
Well, that's what your book says. Our book, the Talmud, says we're going to rule and we're going to have a world of our own.
Guys, don't it? That counts for us out.
It definitely does. Both of them are out.
They got an agenda. They both have an agenda. So goddamn, the white race gonna survive. This nigga gonna say, nah, nigga, the Jewish, which is still the white race, is gonna survive. Well, that counts for us out. We're out.
We're not even in the running, Don. We're not even in the running.
We ain't even in the race, is we? We ain't even got no race. We ain't running.
Nope. Not at
survival. We ain't running to survive what the fuck is about to happen to the planet.
They put the white girl in the mix. She destroyed both races.
Yeah, so I heard loud and clear. I can't believe I ain't hear it last Thursday. I'm a little pissed off about that. How the hell I missed that part?
And then it's like religion for sale. You know?
Religion is for sale.
Bucks and we taught them how to be Jews.
I think he lying about that. These Jews are hiding the fact. That's why Hitler was killing them motherfuckers. Because you listen to Hitler. Don't make me pull up Hitler. Hitler was like, I had to kill off the fucking Jews because they are fucking not Jews. The black race is the goddamn Jews. That nigga said that shit. Y'all are the goddamn Jews. I did you motherfuckers a favor.
You just said something like that.
Yeah, that's why Hitler did it. Hitler said it. But see, remember now, we're taught by Mr. White Man and Mr. Jew Man. So Hitler's a bad guy. And so, you know, when you're told to stay away from somebody, you know what I'm saying, you don't go near it because you're obedient. You're an obedient Negro. So all our lives, before we be said, fuck y'all, go look at this nigga Hitler. But as a child and in school, we heard Hitler was bad because they didn't want us to actually go and study Hitler and read and listen to his speeches and all that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? So we just believe what Mr. Whitey or the black teacher said about Hitler killing off the Jews. Very bad man he was. And come to find out, we find out that Hitler said that the black race is the original, true, pure-blooded, full-blooded goddamn Jews on the planet Earth. Got it? You find that out when you stop listening to people telling you don't go down the street or don't cross the street. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you heard it each time. Well, why the hell you ain't push one on Friday and say, Don, did you just hear what the fuck that man just said? Commercial break real quick. Y'all want a commercial break? Got something for you real quick. Just listen to this for like 12 seconds. It ain't gonna hurt. Hold on, commercial break. Then when he talks about the blood eating the kids, and then boom, the book pops up. All right, here we go. Just check this out real quick. It ain't but a minute long.
To study an experimental vaccine.
This is January 11, 2018. Okay.
Orphans to study an experimental vaccine.
Yes.
Have you ever used the mentally handicapped to study an experimental vaccine? 13 seronegative, mentally retarded children were given RH27.3 vaccine.
Okay, well, then that's, in that case, that's what I did.
Have you ever used babies of mothers in prison to study an experimental vaccine?
Yes.
Have you ever used individuals under colonial rule to study an experimental vaccine?
Yes.
Did you do so in the Belgian Congo?
Yes.
Did that experiment involve almost 1 million people?
Well, all right. Yes.
Yeah, nigga. You heard that, Nubi? You heard it? He was hesitant. Did you hear it?
Over a million people.
Yeah, and where is the Congo located, boys and girls?
Ganawa.
Ganawa.
That's where I got.
And who dominates that continent over there? Ganawa.
I'd say melanated people.
The melanated people, man. The melanated people. This is 2017. This is a deposition under oath. The guy that you heard answering the questions is Stanley Plotkin. P-L-O-T. Ken of the plotters. Like the plot on your ass. He's a so-called American physician, a vaccine consultant, developed the rubella vaccine. He's co-developer of rotavirus vaccine from the Wistar Institute. And let me check on 773 before I continue on.
That one's got cockroaches coming out of her fucking slit, dude.
Okay, that ain't working. All right, so here we go. Let's hear it one more time.
Have you ever used orphans to study an experimental vaccine?
Yes.
Have you ever used the mentally handicapped to study an experimental vaccine? 13 seronegative, mentally retarded children were given RH27.3 vaccine.
Okay, well, that's, in that case, that's what I did.
Have you ever used babies of mothers in prison to study an experimental vaccine?
Yes.
Have you ever used individuals under colonial rule to study an experimental vaccine?
Yes.
Did you do so in the Belgian Congo?
Yes.
Did that experiment involve almost 1 million people?
Well, all right. Yes.
Well, all right. 1 million motherfuckers. All right.
He's stuttering. You hear him stuttering?
Yeah, we need to pull up the whole deposition here and hear this shit, though. And notice the first question that the guy asked regarding the retarded people in the Congo, but he said mentally retarded. You know what I'm saying? And for the record, 99% of motherfuckers in America is mentally fucking retarded. That's why it's so easy to get got. They're mentally fucking retarded. Yeah, that's what they praying on. They ain't praying on my motherfucking ass. Ain't no mental retarded here. They ain't praying on you.
Not at all.
Hell no, we ain't mentally fucking retarded. The fuck? Get the hell on with that bullshit. We know too much. Yeah.
Keep it pushing.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's get to that point of the of homeboy and the
Don, that before you even get there, that whole Jesuit part got to me. That was just deceiving and conniving. That's Captain Runa right there.
And niggas said we set that shit up. We had to come with Plan B. Start the Jesuits.
They infiltrated the church, a Protestant church, and they started changing things around. They got into the banking system, the gold.
Now here's what's the wild shit about it. That's damn near 98% of Dr. York books. What that man just said. Damn sure is. How the Jesuit party started.
Say it again.
Yeah.
Say it again.
That's in his books. Yep. And I ever told you the story about how them same Jews in New York, Rabbi Finkelstein and all of them, call themselves trying to get rid of Dr. York. Did I tell you that? Did I ever tell you that story?
No, I didn't hear that one, Doc.
Man, okay. All right, now this motherfucker owns all of Bushwick Avenue, right? Everything. Got the whole block, across the street, all that shit. Dr. York, the man like a motherfucker, right? All white, all the brothers, boom, boom, boom. It was a minor war with them fucking Finkelstein ass types in New York, right? A minor war. So they stepped to Dr. York. They caught themselves pulling up deep. Dr. York had motherfuckers on top of every goddamn rooftop with guns, machine guns, and rifles. All the brothers in white, right? Standing on top of the rooftop when the Jews pulled up. They came in about 6 or 7 cars deep, right? This is the most craziest shit ever. And Dr. York
this sounds like some untouchable shit right here.
It is for real. They see all these niggas on rooftops with guns, right? And rifles and shit like that. Cross the street, niggas on rooftops everywhere, surrounded. All the fuck, right? And Dr. York came and approached the first car, or maybe the second, right? And this is the crazy shit, because I always forget to ask him, what the fuck did you say? He went to the car, said something to them motherfuckers, and they rolled off. They left. They left. He was the only one at the car. And whatever he said, I keep forgetting. I fucking keep forgetting. Like, but what I do know is what he said was in Hebrew.
Ah, I was thinking that.
So yeah, he spoke straight Hebrew to them motherfuckers. Syriac Hebrew and
original.
And them motherfuckers. And they never showed back up. And from there, they was actually one of his contributors. Them fucking Jews in New York bowed the fuck down.
They knew the truth. They knew who he was.
Yep. And I think what might have really pissed Dr. York off is he said, "Fuck that. I'm about to take y'all to Hebrew now. Fuck that." I think that's why he started Nubian Islamic Hebrew, the transition Ansar Allah into goddamn Hebrew. So now they all wearing the Hebrew garb. He's wearing the yarmulke, all that shit, man. He's the Rabbi Rabboni Bar Isa El Hadi and shit. And goddamn, now everybody speaking Hebrew, doing it. That's why in the tablets you will see the Sabbath there and all that type of shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah, he said, fuck
Absolutely.
that. Yeah. So I think that's what gave him the ammunition when they tried his ass. You know what I'm saying? Then turned everybody into Nubian Islamic Hebrews as a crossover.
Always.
Yep. Transition.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, because them goddamn pale ass, goddamn leprosy motherfuckers tried his ass. Tried him. But anyway, let me see.
So there was a few rabbis that made some money there in Ethiopia, but every Jew knows that a Schwarzer can never be a Jew, and we don't want them to. Well, the Jews opened up New York and Rio, and everybody started going west to the Americas, and so we had to come up with a plan at the moment. But anyway, he wrote the book. People didn't buy the book. People don't want to listen. We've been doing this.
That's it, Don.
A lot of infighting for the money out there in New York. I've heard that there's a big inner war going on now with Jewry.
Well, we fight a little bit and we argue a little bit. Of course, that's the two most important things we do is complain and get the guilt. And so what we do, But we're not really fighting among ourselves because we're both going to make a lot of money. It's just who's going to make a little more on this deal and who's going to make a little more on that deal. The bottom line, though, is we have the Goyim. The Goyim does all the work. The Goyim makes all the stuff. He sells it to us for pennies. We're the wholesalers. We're the middlemen. We mark it way up and sell it to the other Goyim on the retail side. There's an old saying in Yiddish that the reason that God made Gentiles is because somebody has to pay retail. It's not going to be the Jew for sure. The Jew doesn't pay retail. It's the Goyim that pays retail. We buy wholesale.
Well, that's very interesting. I understand it. But I also know the bloodletting. I know that on your Passover, which isn't mine, that a lot of little children do disappear, and I do know that, and I know a lot of police departments and agencies have been informed, but you're very open. You're very open tonight. I'm very surprised that you're talking about the bloodletting of the little children, that you put their blood in the matzah balls, and that you eat it on sacrifice on Passover.
Well, there was a Goyim that wrote a book about it back in the 30s. I forget his name at the moment. But anyway, he wrote the book. People didn't buy the book. People don't want to listen. We've been doing this for thousands and thousands of years, since down to Adam's time. We take the children of our enemy, which is
the police departments and agencies have been informed, but you're very open. You're very open tonight. I'm very surprised that you're talking about the bloodletting of the little children, that you put their blood in the matzah balls, and that you eat it on sacrifice on Passover.
Well, there was a Goyim that wrote a book about it back in the 30s. I forget his name at the moment. But anyway, he wrote the book. People didn't buy the book. People don't want to listen. We've been doing this for thousands and thousands.
Well, we got the goddamn book, and we got to read the shit. So the Goyim wrote it, told them, but people didn't want to listen. Oh, I think he also say a little bit more to that part where he says, we put it in their face. That's what he say. They always do, don't they? Always do, don't they?
Hiding in plain sight.
Baby. Yeah, God's children ain't nothing but a bunch of fucking hidden-ass caffaroons. The devil goddamn kids throw it in your face. Put it right there for you to fucking see it. Man, hold on. Let me take it up just a little bit, man. Motherfuckers don't want
Gentiles is because somebody has to pay retail. It's not going to be the Jew for sure. The Jew doesn't pay retail. It's the Goyim that pays retail. We buy wholesale.
Well, that's very interesting. I understand it. But I also know the bloodletting. I know that on your Passover, which isn't mine, that a lot of little children do disappear, and I do know that, and I know a lot of police departments and agencies have been informed, but you're very open. You're very open tonight. I'm very surprised that you're talking about the bloodletting of the little children, that you put their blood in the matzah balls, and that you eat it on sacrifice on Passover.
Well, there was a Goyim that wrote a book about it back in the 30s. I forget his name at the moment. But anyway, he wrote the book. People didn't buy the book. People don't want to listen. We've been doing this for thousands and thousands of years, since down to Adam's time. We take the children of our enemy, which is the white race, and we bring them to the basements in the synagogues, where we drain the blood and watch them die there. It's very similar to how we do the sacrifices that we do with the kosher butchering. And so we do that, and then we mix it with the Passover bread, and so we eat the blood of our enemies. And the bodies, we're not cannibals, so what we do is we take those, because we can make some shekels, and we give them to the slaughterhouses, and those are pounds and pounds and pounds of meat that we grind up in the sausage and the hamburger, and that's why we made those the most popular thing, sausage for breakfast and hamburger for lunch. And so all the goyim out here are really eating their children. And even when we say this outright and tell you people, you don't believe it. So that's your problem.
You know, I've got a question, and I yes, it is a problem.
There it is. It's your problem. That's your problem. Tell you, you don't want to believe it. It's your problem.
This is crazy. This is nuts.
I told you, man, some of the comments on this video, people was like, I can't believe this. It's got to be a fucking joke.
That's why I thought it was a joke.
Mm-mm. I don't know how you think it, man. That shit all in Dr. York books about them motherfuckers. All in other books. Everywhere about them. You know what I'm saying?
So a goyim is a Gentile, basically.
Huh?
A goyim is a Gentile.
Mm-hmm. And remember, Jesus said, don't go in the ways of the Gentiles. And Paul said, please do. Don't listen to Jesus. Paul said, don't listen to Jesus. That motherfucker don't know what he's talking about.
Anybody had sausage had a human meat.
Pretty much, baby. All right, so the book that y'all heard him say, a goyim wrote it and nobody read it, but it's in there and nobody wants to, the truth is there for you. All right, so here we are. I'm on the preface of this book, Blood, what's it called again? Blood Passover. The book that was written in the 1930s and some change by Goyim. Preface. Ritual homicide trials are a difficult knot to unravel. Most researchers simply set out in search of more or less convincing confirmation of previously developed theories of which the researcher himself appears firmly convinced. The significance of any information failing to fit the preconceived picture is often minimized and sometimes passed over entirely in silence. Oddly, in this type of research, that which is to be proven is simply taken for granted to begin with. There is a clear perception that any other attitude would involve hazards and repercussions which are to be avoided at all costs. There is no doubt that the uniformity of the defendant's confession, contradicted only by variance and incongruities generally related to details of secondary importance, was assumed by the judges and so-called public opinion to constitute proof that the Jews, characterized by their great mobility and widespread dispersion, practiced horrible, murderous rituals in hatred of the Christian religion. The stereotype of ritual murder, like that of profanation of the host and cannibal sacrifice, was present in their minds from the outset, suggesting to both judges and inquisitors alike the possibility of extorting symmetrical, harmonious, and significant confessions, triggering a chain reaction of denunciations, veritable and proper manhunt and indiscriminate massacres. While attempts have been made in certain cases to reconstruct the ideological mechanism and underlying theological and mythological beliefs with their theological and mythological justifications, which rendered the persecution of the Jews possible as the practitioners, newbie, as the practitioners of the outrageous and bloodthirsty rituals, particularly in countries of Europe. Is it possible that that was not really what you would consider what they would call a Holocaust? It was the fact what the Jews was doing back then. They had to round them up and fuck them up.
You got a point.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
You got a point, Don.
Yeah, because then it says, little or nothing has been done to investigate the beliefs of the men and women accused or who accuse themselves of ritual crucifixion desecration of the host, had him up, the eating of blood products, and cannibalism. What's the word for eating of blood products? What the fuck is she doc? It's called haematophagy. Haematophagy. It means the eating of blood products. Some more shit. HAEMATOPHAGY. Eating of blood products. On the other hand, if an exception be made for the first sensational case of ritual crucifixion, which occurred in Norwich, England in 1146, or the equally well-known blood libel case at Trent, Italy in 1475, the trial records and transcripts usually referred to under the generic term historical documents or historical documentation, constitute in actual fact very poor, often purely circumstantial evidence, highly condensed in form and very sparse in detail, totally insufficient for research purposes. Perhaps for this very same reason, this is the foreface for the record, perhaps for this very same reason, that which is missing is often artificially added, assumed, or formulated as a hypothesis in the absence of any explicit probative evidence one way or another. But in the desired direction. They fucking go any way they wanted to go. In the meantime, the entire matter is immersed in a tent bath in which the emerging image is superficial at best, enveloped in a cloud of mystery with all the related paraphernalia from a distant past, and must remain forever incomprehensible to researchers intent on examining these problems through the application of anachronistic interpretive categories. These efforts, obviously unreliable, are generally performed in good faith, or more exactly, almost always in good faith. Thus, in Anglo-Saxon, British and American historical anthropological research on Jews and ritual murder, from Joshua Trachtenberg to Ronnie Pochai Heisia, magic and witchcraft. So let me go back. Anglo-Saxon historical anthropological research on Jews and ritual murder, magic and witchcraft, traditionally featured among the favorite aspects under examination. This approach, for a variety of reasons, is enjoying an extraordinary rebirth at the present time, but that which seems to obtain a high degree of polarity at the moment is not necessarily convincing to meticulous scholars, not content with superficial and impressionistic responses. Nearly all the studies on Jews and the so-called blood libel accusations to date have concentrated almost exclusively on persecutions and persecutors. That's true, right? Even Reverend what his name is? Rabbi Finkelstein said that, well, we know we'd have been the most persecuted throughout all history. So little or no attention to be paid to the attitudes. Oh, I missed something. Wait, where my persecutors at? Let's do it again. Nearly all the studies on Jews and the so-called blood libel accusations to date have concentrated almost exclusively on persecution and persecutors, on the ideologies and presumed motives of those same persecutors, their hatred of Jews, their political and or religious cynicism, their xenophobic and racist rancor, their contempt for minorities. Little or no attention has been paid to the attitudes of the persecuted Jews themselves and their underlying patterns of ideological behavior, even when they confess themselves guilty of the specific accusations brought against them. Even less attention has been paid to the behavioral patterns and attitudes of these same Jews, nor have these matters been considered worthy even of interest, attention, or serious investigation. That's true. On the contrary, these behavioral patterns, and attitudes have simply been incontrovertibly dismissed as non-existent, as invented out of a whole cloth by the sick minds of anti-Semites and fanatical, obtusely dogmatic Christians. Nevertheless, what?
Did you hear that? So
yeah, I read
they're
it.
making it up, even though after they admitted that that's what they do.
Yeah,
and they're saying that the anti-Semites are concocting these stories and everything. That's what they're saying.
Yep.
Right now.
Yep, that's how smooth they are. Yeah, that's why the president of Viacom or whoever it was that came out on Nick Cannon and said this nigga's statements was what? Nothing more than conspiracy theories. Black people don't have melanin?
All day.
Black people ain't Abraham's seed? The fuck is you talking about? How the fuck is that conspiracy theories? But that's how they do it, though. Sick minds. Yeah, that's how they do it. Nevertheless, although difficult to digest, these actions, once their authenticity is demonstrated or even supposed as possible, should be the objects of serious study by reputable scholars. The condemnation or alternatively the aberrant justification of these rituals cannot be imposed upon researchers as the sole and banal options. Scholars must be permitted the possibility of attempting serious research on the actual or presumed religious, theological, and historical motivations of the Jewish protagonists themselves. Blind excuses are just as worthless as blindly dogmatic condemnation. Neither can demonstrate anything other than that which already exists in the mind of the observer to begin with. It is precisely the possibility of evading any clear, precise, and unambiguous definition of the reality of ritual child murderers rooted in religious faith, which has facilitated the intentional or involuntary blindness of Christian and Jewish scholars alike, both pro and anti-Jewish. Any additional example of the two-dimensional flattening of Jewish history, viewed exclusively as the history of religious or political anti-Semitism at all times, must necessarily be regretted. When one-way questions presuppose one-way answers, when the stereotype of anti-Semitism hovers menacingly over any object approach to the difficult problem of historical research in relation to Jews, any research ends up by what? Losing a large part of its value. Goodness gracious. All such research is thus transformed by the very nature of things into a guided tour, conducted against a fictitious and unreal background in a virtual reality show, intended to produce the desired reaction, which has naturally been decided upon in advance. As stressed above, it is simply not permissible to ignore the mental attitudes of the Jews who were tried, tortured, and executed for ritual murder, or persecuted on the same charge. At some point, we must ask ourselves whether the confessions of the defendants constitute exact records of actual events, or merely the reflection of beliefs forming a part of a symbolic, mythical, and magical context, which must be reconstructed to be understood. In other words, do these confessions reflect merely the beliefs of Gentile judges, clergy, and populace with their private phobias and obsessions, or on the contrary of the defendants themselves? Blah, blah, blah. I don't want to read no more of the 4 words. Let's get into the good shit. 4 words about
This is the wolf crying wolf. This
Huh?
is the wolf crying wolf. That's what this is.
I agree.
That's crazy. Who would want, after listening to this, who would want to be a Jew? It's crazy.
All right, here we go. This is chapter 1, at Venice with Holy Roman Emperor Frederick III, 1469. Nigga said for thousands of years. Well, it was in February of 1469 that the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick III traveled from Rome, made his solemn entrance at Venice with a long retinue for which was to be his third and last official visit to the city, which he so loved and admired. It was to be his first visit to the city of Venice since his triumph reception immediately following his coronation as Holy Roman Emperor by the Pope in Rome in 1452. As was customary on these magnificent occasions, Frederick spent entire days in diplomatic meetings and in receiving the official visits of ambassadors and in conferring the diplomas, stipends, and privileges of all sorts upon beneficiaries selected from long list of names prepared by his officials and dictated by imperial interest and his own. In those days, intriguers, wheeler-dealers, and adventurers attached to the monarch's court, or who thought they were, toiled with a calculated industriousness to intercede in favor of various persons seeking official ratification of their own professional and economic success, of priests, patricians, and academics bent upon crowning their own cursus honorum through the attainment of some precious imperial investment, or those of a variety of ethnic and religious communities intent on achieving confirmation of their ancient or recent privileges, not to mention merchants and intriguers intent on covering up affairs of dubious honesty and scraping up advantages for themselves during a solemn visit. So, Frederick was known as a fanatical and often naive collector of relics of all types. It is not therefore surprising that the objectives of his trip to Venus should have included a passionate and unrestrained hunt for relics, hawked about in abundance by wheeler dealers. Oh, that's where we get wheel and deal from, huh? Way back in the day, they call it wheeler dealers. Shout out, they want a wheel and deal. Wheeler dealer. Hawked by an abundance of wheeler dealers and impertinent intermediaries at high prices, a fact noted with malicious humor by Michel Colley, a salt superintendent, in a report sent from Venus to the Duke of Milan, in which he cast doubt on Frederick's alleged competence where relics were concerned. According to the Milanese official, the emperor in this type of business, which he presumed to carry out directly and without regard to price, was a sucker to be plucked assiduously, adding to accentuate the ridicule, half seriously, half, whatever that word is, facetiously, that certain Greeks sold him dead bones, including a tale of the ass that brought Christ to Bethlehem. Oh, yeah, this nigga's a sucker. On these occasions, some supposed relics of Saint Vigilus found their way to Venus in the hands of a loving and faithful subject of Frederick Giovanni Hinderbach, a famous humanist and man of the church who had traveled from Trent to the city of the lagoons, not only to present the emperor with the highly valued relics, but above all as an act of gratitude on the occasion of his receipt of his much sought after investiture of the temporality of the episcopate of Trent. Again, it was Colley who informed the Duke of Milan that his illustrious majesty invested the Bishop of Trent with 1,000 temporal solemnities and celebrations. But Hinderbach was not the only person to have undertaken the uncomfortable journey from Trent to Venus during the German emperor's distinguished presence in the city. Tobias da Magdeburg was an obscure Jewish herb alchemist who, after traveling down from his native Saxony and finding exile among the mountains of the region of Trent, practiced the art of medicine and surgery with some success, at least on the local market. A few years later, he was to meet Hinderbach under much unhappier circumstances, under indictment for participating in the cruel ritual murder of little Simon, later sainted as Simon of Trent. Oh, I wouldn't even known that shit. Saint Simon. This motherfucker killed Simon and became later Saint Simon. Imprisoned in the castle of Buono Consiglio, and admitting his guilt, he was to meet a cruel death at the stake, accompanied by the confiscation of all his goods. Now, Maestro Tobias appears to have been acting in accordance with other motives during the emperor's official visit to Venus, particularly the possibility of meeting large groups of German Jews arriving from the other side of the Alps, along with Frederick's baggage train, many whom Tobias looked forward to seeing again after years of involuntary separation. There was no shortage of German Jews at Venus in February of 1469. Disciplined, humble, but totally self-absorbed and self-interested. In his disposition before the judge of Trent in 1475, Tobias was not exaggerating when, after recalling his own presence in the city during his most serene highness visit to Venus, he stressed that many Jewish merchants in crossing the Alpine barrier had actually traveled from the German territories to the city of the lagoons for the purpose of acquiring a wide variety of high-priced goods without paying taxes or duty of any kind, passing them off as goods owned by the emperor, in whose baggage train they were said to have found their way back to Germany. This astute and bold stratagem was well worth the physical and economic cost of the difficult trip to the city of the Doges. But Tobias' presence in Venus was not due to any mere nostalgia for the people among whom he had been born and grew up. As a physician, and as a Jewish physician in particular, he knew that the emperor, during his visits, would, as he was normally accustomed to do, grant doctoral degrees in medicine to a swarm of more or less highly recommended candidates, including a few Jews. In fact, it was during that same February of 1469 that Frederick granted a license permitting the College of Physicians of San Luca, an institution of higher learning teaching students of various origins, not just Phoenicians, to confer the insignia of imperial authority upon 8 medical graduates per year. Ina Silvio Piccolomini, later called Pope Pius II, recalled the manner in which Frederick graduated a swarm of medical students during his second visit to Italy. The number of Jews on the emperor's list of candidates remains unknown, nor do we know who filed the petitions to inscribe these Jewish candidates, or the methods used, or the reasons for doing so. We only know that many Jewish physicians of various origins, in addition to Tobias, a resident of Trent, were in Venus during the emperor's visit. An opportunity of obtaining some title from Emperor Frederick in person. Nor do we know how many of them had already spent considerable periods of time in the city of Lagoon in search of fame and fortune. Among them were the Jews Moshe Rapp, Lazaro, and the better known Omobono, Simcha Bunim, keeper of the pharmacy, Della Vecchia, at San Cassian, with a house at San Stay, only a few steps from the Albergo di Brescani, which is the Magister Homobone, Jewish physician, at the Spezzaria di la Vecchia at San Castin, which with his house near San Stay, not far from the Casa di Bresciani at Venice. Accompanying them was the physician Moise da Rodi, whose presence is attested to with the certainty in 1473. Can we get to the killing of the kids, please? We want some good shit. The best known, I missed the verse though, fuck that. Accompanying them was the physician, but who probably arrived in Venice even earlier, and Maestro Theodoro Todros, a Jewish physician. Damn, these goddamn Jews are, oh boy, that's the worst motherfucker to have, huh? A Jewish physician, ain't it? Glad I ain't never had a Jewish physician.
They're in everything, Don, everything.
Man, I'm so glad. Glad I was raised on Jesus and not Paul. All right. The best known of them, the best known of all, was without doubt the rabbi and barber, surgeon, Yehuda Nicoleone. Certainly a product of Ashkenazi Jewish environment. If his origins at Monticchio in the Vicentino region are indeed a fact, the same Leon, that's how they pronounce it. I wanted to sound like really good, like Leon. This same Leon, who resided in Venice, started in 1469 at the earliest, where his son David was born, was officially granted his degree in medicine during the emperor's visit, although formally the diploma was only signed a few days later by the imperial notary at Pordenone, but still in the month of February. So we're still in the month of February. Similarly, years later, in August of 1489, the emperor, still at Pordenone, is said to have granted a doctorate in medicine to 2 Jewish candidates, both of them from Sicily and belonging to the Azzini family at Palermo. Palermo, David D. Aroni and Solomon D. Mose. I think they're giving us these.
Is that Palermo, Don?
Huh?
Palermo?
Yeah, Palermo. Thank you. Palermo? Palermo? How y'all pronounce?
Palermo.
Thank you, baby. I think they're giving us these heads up on all these physicians first, because how else can you do a child sacrifice? You got to be a physician. You got to do surgery.
Or a butcher.
Huh?
Or a butcher.
Yeah, but a butcher just butchers, don't it? It don't give a fuck. It slaughters, right? But a surgeon carefully cuts like a chef, slicing carefully. So you heard the surgeon pops up, and all these physicians that they just giving out doctorates to, right? That's part of their clique. All the names I just read. Because you got to be part. I told you they call butchers anyway, them fucking lab coats. They just want to butcher you and your kids. It's amazing. Cut bitches open, all types of shit for no reason. They get high off that shit. They love it. That's why I watch a lot of serial killer movies, man. They all doctors, wear lab coats and shit. It is a cut. They do. They know how to get what they need out
90
of it.
seconds.
Nigga, you know a butcher butchers. Goddamn, reliable doubt. Newbie, tell him a butcher butchers. They're not trying to butch the hell out of a child, man. They want to make sure they do it right. That takes surgeon, steady hands. You don't need steady hands to be a butcher. I can be a butcher. He says a surgeon is not, a surgeon
60
doesn't cut.
seconds.
It does incisions.
What do you think incision means?
This boy here, he got to grow up a little bit more. He ain't hit 30 yet. He ain't hit 30 yet. All right, so that's probably why they giving us this heads up in chapter 1, how all this shit play out, you know? The journey to Rome. All right, so the position, did I tell y'all? Yeah, I did at the Who family. Yeah, I did them. The petitions of the Jews to the emperor, who had always been highly esteemed by his benevolent attitude, filed
10 seconds
in Venus during the winter of 1469, were submitted by an ambassador admitted to Frederick's presence for that particular occasion. The occasion was described as follows. Overtime, boys and girls. The occasion was described as follows. Early in the 16th century, with some satisfaction, although without undoubted exaggeration by the chronicler, Elia Capsulia, rabbi of Candia, fucking words, who had studied medicine, see, there it again, who had studied medicine at the Talmudic, like the Talmud Academy. Damn, yeah. They have to set the story. They have to set the stage for a player first. Now, he wrote the book, but nobody cared to read it. Like, no shit, man. We want to hear some butchering. We want to hear some goddamn kids and some blood sacrificing, some rituals. But all these motherfuckers, man, all in medicine first, right? All practice.
Line.
I always say that shit, but I don't trust these bastards. That's why everything in Latin. They said Latin was the devil's language. Do you believe that?
It's the language of medicine, I can tell you that much.
That's what I'm saying. Motherfucker, it's funny too, because goddamn niggas don't even know they speaking Latin. They on all them drugs. They be like, promethazine. Be like, nigga, that's Latin. You know, you speak Latin. Promethazine.
Sure is.
God damn. Okay, fuck. The Emperor Frederick III was very favorable to the Jews during his visit to Venus in 1469 when his vassals and subjects presented him with gastronomic gifts. He never, Whoopi, did you watch Unacknowledged?
I sure did.
How many times? One?
Yeah, I'm circling back on it.
There's a part, and there's so many parts in that bitch, but there's a part where they literally said what Imam Misa said in the 80s in that bitch. Remember when they shook the earth? When they split the atom in half? The atomic bomb. Remember that?
Yep.
And the guy says that was when they knew that the ETs it was real because they showed up. He said something like that. And that's what woke them. He said they was alarmed and they got afraid of what the fuck else, you dumbass fucking humans gonna do. He said that part right there, if you play that part, but this shit go hand in hand with shit above majestic. Because in the very beginning of above majestic, I don't know who the guy is, but it's the guy that actually had a hand in splitting the atom is speaking in the beginning of above majestic. And then boom, that's how it comes on.
Albert Einstein?
No, I don't think it was Albert. I know Albert. He got that wild looking hair. It's another guy that had a hand in splitting that atom, creating the atomic bomb. And so they quote him first. And then after they quote him and shit, that's when it started coming on. That's when, when the documentary actually begins after that. And then they started talking about it, and they said it happened in Utah. That's when they put the symbol. He said the aliens came down, and so remember then the government started making up phony ass crop circles, so that the dumbass humans wouldn't believe, would no longer believe that.
Yep.
Right, and so but when they drew that crop circle, what is considered a crop circle, but it was a sign from them. Back to fuck back. And that same symbol is on all the books that they put in the ground. But back to D. York, Measy, and that part in Unacknowledged, doing that when them splitting the atom and shit, they literally said they showed up and they told they was afraid, like Jesus, like Jesus said, like Measy said, because you almost cracked the earth. And so the guys literally say this shit. So the Galactic Confederation, the Intergalactic Federation, said, don't do nothing else. Goddamn, wait till we get our children off. You know what I'm saying? So
absolutely.
That's what he said. That's what Measy say, right? But in Unacknowledged, they actually don't mention no fucking kids, they said, but they said that they showed up because of what we did with the atomic bomb or splitting the atom.
And he did
all his shit go hand in hand with their shit. They finally coming out with this shit now, though. But I think that shit's so cute. But so when that part comes, when they talk about it, when they split the atom, that's a little bit later, like 40 minutes in, probably a 30, I don't know. But pay attention to what they say when the ETs stepped in. All of them keep saying the same shit. Dr. York said it. ETs stepped in after they goddamn split that atom. Above Majestic, they say the same shit. ETs stepped in after we split that atom. And now in Unacknowledged, they saying ETs stepped in after we split that atom. Interesting, ain't it?
Very much so.
Yeah. I watched Above Majestic like 3 times. I gotta watch it again, though. But now I'm watching Acknowledge, and this is like my 3rd time watching it. You know what I'm saying? Because you get distracted and shit. Short attention span and shit. So keep watching it until I get it.
Yeah, you gotta have an attention span. It could get a little boring at times.
Yeah. It's a lot, too, because I even knew that when they would see, this is how you know that the news, the government and the news are in bed together. You remember in the 80s and 90s, all of a sudden they wanted to report all the mutilations of cows. Remember that?
Uh-huh.
To cover up the extraterrestrial activity. Because let me tell you, oh my goodness. Okay, the last Holy Tablets, right? Last Saturday, right? They wonder where you be at, right? He explained that the ETs was coming down, mutilating the fucking cow in the Holy Tablets now, okay? Because they needed to breed to create, he said that's where they get their eyes and shit from. You know what I'm saying? That's how they came up. They had to, they started using parts of the cow and fucking cloning what they needed to clone or some shit. We got to read that chapter again, that tablet.
Yeah, the Hindus were doing
that. 400 and yeah, 400 and some goddamn verses, but it's worth it. But and so of course now I go back to the 80s, motherfucker. How many of y'all was alive in the 80s or woke? So during the 80s and shit, I noticed, now mind you, I'm born in the 70s. You born in the 70s, right, newbie?
Correct.
Okay, so we don't really count yet. But if we can travel to the 70s as an adult that we are now, the news media started showing a lot of mutilated cows. Remember that? Even up into the 80s. That is where your government started mutilating cows. they were duplicating the same way your government was making its own crop circles. You know what I'm saying? But the ETs was mutilating cows for breeding. But he says, back to the tabs that I read Saturday, he said that that's where they get their eyes from. They big black eyes. And remember the dude on Unacknowledged, he was describing what they look like because he was working in the military with them little motherfuckers. Remember, he said big, black, round eyes and shit. They still ain't put 2 and 2 together with the mutation. Only motherfucker was able to put 2 and 2 together with the mutation is your boy, Measy. With the cow mutilation. Yeah. Because they're mentioning it, and then they say that the government started duplicating it along with the crop circles to throw people off. And then, you know, at the end, and I know this is true, he said at the end, and I remember Dr. York said this shit a long time ago, and I don't know why niggas still believe what they see today. Not all y'all, but the ones that heard him say it. He said, y'all are not looking at extraterrestrial aircrafts in the sky. He said, your government have perfected those crafts. And a lot of them that you think you're looking at, a flying saucer, is from the United States. United States already have that technology. That's what he said. So everybody thinking they seeing a spaceship or whatever, a UFO kind of sort. He said, nah, that's a fucking American motherfucking craft. Yep. So anyway, interesting enough that at the end of Acknowledged, a little bit at the end of Unacknowledged, you know what they say? And I knew it. I fucking knew it. I knew it. He said, and mind you, this came out in 2017, so it probably took a year and some change, maybe, or less than a year, to pull off this fucking documentary. 2017 during Trump, okay? And but they say your government is about to stage a fake UFO invasion. Did you hear that, Newbie?
Makes sense. They have the craft.
Yeah, because they staged the crop circles. They staged the mutilations of the cows to throw off the scent, and then start having the media to report that shit. I won't forget that. That's back in the 80s. They probably was doing it even in the 70s, but I remember seeing a lot of that shit when I was a little girl on the TV screen. So, and they said it was over trillions of dollars not counted for in the government because it went to special projects and to actually build those ships. Your ET ship.
And a lot of government officials were unaware of it. And even when they found out, they would not be able to get the information.
Yeah, and it is an admittance back then, even with Jimmy. And it's so interesting because, you know, in one of those books, or several of Dr. York books, he got the quote from Jimmy Carter. When he says, I know they're fucking UFOs, I know they're extraterrestrials, I've seen one myself. Then boom, not then boom, but now he's president. And what he say? Can I look at them files? Went to the CIA, which was George Bush, the director of the CIA, Bush Daddy Bush. He said, hell no, nigga, you ain't finna see these goddamn files. He wanted to see them, didn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, Jimmy Carter asked to see them bitches, and George Bush, director of CIA at that time, said, no, the fuck you ain't, motherfucker. We're not finna show you this shit. And what was the other one, Newbie? See, I gotta watch it again. Well, pay attention, because I can watch some shit and not pay attention to it. I need to pay attention to this shit. But he say some shit like, one of the other presidents asked for it after Kennedy and all them motherfuckers got knocked off because of this shit, right? And what the guy say? They told that
they won't give me the information.
We don't want you. We don't want you to end up like another Kennedy and his brother. Trying, wanting to see this whole ET shit that we got. Yeah, say that shit. It's right there. Nobody keeps trying to tell niggas it had nothing to do with no damn money, you stupid Negro. They even got it in the declassified files now. That motherfucker, even though Kennedy didn't die, but he was knocked off because of that shit, because of them ETs. Oh, you know something else? Something key that they said? They said whenever there's a problem, right, they create another department. That's how the CIA popped up, because there was a fucking problem. He said whenever there's a problem where they're trying to hide some shit, they create a whole nother division. Yep. That's how the CIA popped up, FBI, all them motherfuckers, man, NSA, everything. Whenever there's a problem, some shit like that, man, that shit there is pretty good. It's pretty good. You put that goddamn, put that one on Netflix, put that Unacknowledged, and put that one on goddamn Hulu. Above Majestic, put all three of them motherfuckers together. Since your ass don't fuck with Dr. York. But you put all that shit together, that's one whole book of Dr. York, baby. You get to see it yourself. That shit there. Anyway, what did the other president say? The other president said, look here. The other president said, one of them fucking presidents said, look here, motherfucker. What the other president say? Other president.
It seems like I'm the president of the United States, and they were like, "You still not getting the information."
You ain't getting shit. You ain't getting nothing. But the other, one of the presidents said, we got all types of intel on the ETs, the extraterrestrials. We've been fucking with them for a long time. It's a little quote that one of them say. And then he said, but we ain't finna tell the public this shit. The public is not to know what the fuck we do. He said, we ain't finna tell the public this shit, though. So anytime them motherfuckers show up, speak to you motherfuckers, they lying, they hiding something else.
Remember when they had Obama on the late night show, and they were asking him all types of questions about the extraterrestrials, and he was laughing, but he was telling them the truth at the same time? He was like, They told us to tell you that we're to disavow anything about them. And he was laughing, but he was dead serious.
Yep. Because it's bigger than that, ain't it? It's bigger than that. Even they know it. You know what I'm saying? But they just waiting on the liars to tell them. The Cafaroons, their governors and presidents and shit, whoever they vote for, to tell them. In a way that is serious, like do a goddamn state of emergency address. like that type of shit. Not at a fucking Jay Leno on the Jay Leno couch or some shit. Yeah, they want it serious. They're gonna stage it. It's coming. Yeah, they gonna stage the fucking ET invasion, and it's gonna all be by your government. Anyway, Frederick, this boring ass shit about the Jews. Okay. Did I tell y'all about Rabbi of Candia? Some old shit. The Emperor, Frederick III, was very favorable to the Jews during his visit to Venus in 1469 when his vassal and subjects presented him with gastronomic gifts.
Basically food.
Huh?
Food, gastronomy.
Yeah, he never refused to eat them too before his servants. He never refused to eat them before his servants and functionaries had tasted them first, as is the custom among emperors. Yeah, you gotta eat the shit first and see if you die, I can't fuck with it. Like that little movie, that little show you had me watch. You know what I'm saying? That motherfucker got a disease, went to the garden, saw a little garden ass bitch. What's the name of that show you got me watching? Newbie.
Which one, though?
The show
Foundation?
Foundation, yeah. And, you know, the bitch was like, what's that fruit for? Then he was like, what's that fruit for? She said, it heals this, that, and the third. And went to another bitch. She said, bitch, you eat it. You eat it first, and if you survive, then I'll take it. In Foundation, man, one of the, what do they call that family? They call some goddamn body. Anyway, anybody watch Foundation other than Newbie? Whenever the Jews brought him gifts of this kind, meaning food, Frederick never hesitated to eat any of the dishes immediately, saying that he had complete faith in the loyalty and honesty of his Jewish subjects. Oh, later Frederick, traveling from Venus, went to Padua, to gain an impression of that city. On that occasion, the Serenissima prepared a carriage for him and placed it on the city walls. The horses pulled the carriage, from which the emperor admired the entire city. This was done so that he might easily verify the thickness and solidity of the walls of Padua. Frederick signed a pact with Venus and remained his faithful ally for the entire time he lived. In all probability, the ambassadorship of the Jews conferring with Frederick III, as described as Capsali, was healed by David Mavronato, an Italian Marogonato, an adventurer and not overly scrumptious businessman in the service of the Republic of Venus, a person of enormous financial resources and great influence, a native of Candia, who was often sent on hazardous missions to the lands of the Aegean and the Greek Turk, where he was to run many risks and die a cruel death. On the other hand, he was certainly capable of procuring sumptuous stipends and profitable privileges for himself. Maestro Tobias da Magdeburg, the humble physician from Trent, had sent Mavrogato at Venus during the days of the imperial visit, although he did not know Mavrogato's name. He had observed Mavrogato with respect and reverential fear. He knew approximately where he lived, blah, 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 blah. Where is the good shit at, man? I'm about to fucking skim past this bullshit. This is boring. I thought this about blood Passovers, man. Shit.
They're trying to put you to sleep before you get to the good part, Don.
Man, I'm past this page, man. It's a long ass. Oh, man, they got words written in goddamn Latin upside down. Oh, my goodness. This shit done got good, and I don't know what it says. It's a letter in Hebrew. I said Latin, my bad. Sent by the banker of Pavia to the physician Omobono, and it's archived in Trent. Come on, man. Notes to chapter 1. Are you fucking kidding me? Chapter 1 sucks. Hold up. Fast forward the movie, man. Let's get to some meat and potatoes around this bitch. This is stupid. This is not even the dude's book. This is somebody else's rendition of it. This ain't the original book that was written in 34. It's probably right in your face then. I was like, look here. These fucking Jews are killing.
Has recipes, right?
Yeah, man, this is ridiculous, man. The Council of 10 of his resolution, man, we ain't learning nothing. Oh, the word Negro pops up somewhere. Oh, the Negra Bank, owned by niggers in 1472. Oh.
Wait, what?
I added owned by niggers. I just bullshit. Yeah. The book was hard. That book right there you gave me, Zena, this book here was hard to find. Nothing too hard for you to find, baby. Yeah, man, that's the one we really need to get, man. This motherfucker, I don't understand this whole ass shit. Now, notes on chapter 2. There's a trial that took place, missed that. We ain't reading that, man. This shit here, man. We need to find that motherfucker. Asher, the bearded Jew, 1475. This still dealing with Frederick and Master Tobias and all them motherfuckers. Man. Uh-oh, Christ pops up some goddamn well. Christian religion, nah, man. No, there's no way I'm reading this bullshit. I'd rather read 1984. The Jews, the Messiah, and Blessed Holy Mary. Hold on. Let's find out about this shit. The island physician was less fortunate. However, at the end of October of the same year, when his Christian fellow prisoners accused him of, man, this is ridiculous. This sucks. Oh, the devil pops up. Oh, he was also convinced that Jewish physicians were the servants of the devil and were dedicated to the magic. It's getting good. Oh, these are new characters that pop up. Somebody named Foscarini, a patrician of the Vito region. Recall the manner in which the Jews, in their Passover ceremonies, solemnly swore on the Torah scrolls to cause serious injury and harm to those faithful in Christ and place the Christians on guard against eating unleavened bread prepared by Jews. There we go. We're getting somewhere now, okay? Oh, man, I probably need to go up. Oh, shit. The inquisitor for the crucifixion of the Passover lambs. Oh, my God, oh, shit. Oh, my God, this is getting good. Hold up. What was that, the unleavened bread? He also convinced that Jewish physicians were the servants of the devil and were dedicated to the magical arts and to necromancy, poisoning their Christian patients in body and spirit. I told you why he was giving us all these physicians, how they all pop up first. Didn't I say that? People be proud to have a Jewish doctor, too. I'd be like, motherfucker, y'all are the most dumbest niggas on the planet. I'm not fucking out there. Y'all know y'all niggas don't nothing. Walking around this bitch. Clueless. God damn it, there it is, poisoning Christian patients in body and in spirit. In a letter written in the summer of 1462, Foscarini considered it unacceptable that many governors, particularly those from Venus, tolerated the cheeky and arrogant presence of Jewish physicians and surgeons, and thus facilitated their presence and maintained that presence for reasons of dubious honesty. Foscarini, then lieutenant of Frulia, had a short time before suffered 2 years imprisonment, lamenting that during this period, the Serenissima, profiting from his absence, had signed official agreements with Jewish physicians. They did a takeover. One scandalous example of blasphemous shamelessness, according to Foscarini, was a gowned physician, garnished in gold and adorned with jewels, who had the boldness to turn to certain noble women in mourning, maliciously deriding their religious beliefs, and in particular, the sacrament of the host. Quote, I pity you, ladies, for your ignorance. I pity you, ladies, for your ignorance. The learned Jewish surgeon is alleged to have said on that occasion in a tone of open mockery, meaning, I pity you, ladies, for your ignorance in believing that your God, the creator of heaven and earth, would offer himself to be consumed, and thus does not therefore disdain to offer himself up as food to the jaws of obscene ruffians and the filthiest of whores. The movie getting good now. Oh, this one got good. I had to fast forward to page 76. What are you saying to them bitches? I pity you, ladies, for your ignorance in believing that your God, the creator of heaven and earth, would offer himself to be consumed. That is so true. You got to be ignorant to believe that shit, ain't you?
It makes complete sense, Don.
Got to be fucking stupid to believe. And this back in the 1400s. So you know they got even dumber now in the year 2000. Right? They got worse than ignorant. What else the fuck are you now? Worse than ignorant. Oh, my God. Being ignorant in the 1400s means you got a little sense. Being ignorant in the year 2000 is, goddamn, you are less than ignorant. Less than ignorant. I pity you, ladies, for your ignorance. Oh, it wasn't in English? Oh. So the original book was not, but he's a goyim. He's a goyim, Zena. Dr. Toaf. He's a goyim. Why the book is not in English?
Why would it be in English, Don? It was back in 1400.
No, 1930. 1930. The book came out in 1930.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Let's hear that part about these bitches. I pity you, ladies, for your ignorance in believing that your God, the creator of heaven and earth, would offer himself to be consumed, and thus does not therefore disdain to offer himself up as food to the jaws of obscene ruffians and the filthiest of whores. And that true Cahoes, they be eating that nigga body doing Passover, don't they? Communion and shit, whatever that shit called. The ruffians and the goddamn hoes go straight to church, don't they? Eat that cracker.
Why is he saying that to the ladies?
I don't know. You tell me.
Because the men already knew.
Because the men already knew. Oh, that's a good answer. In view of the fact that the most famous gowned Jewish physician living in Venus in Foscarini's time was Judah Mr. Leon da Monticchio, who is said to have been granted the honor of the imperial doctoral privilege by Frederick III during the later stay in Venus in February 1469, and that his quarrelsome nature, accompanied by frequent and intemperate verbal outbursts against both Jews and Christians, his true or presumed adversaries, was common knowledge. Identifying the gowned physician does not seem very hard to do. In confirmation of this, reference may perhaps be made to a news item from a Jewish chronicle archived until a few years ago in manuscript form and perhaps compiled at Venus by an Ashkenazi Jew around the middle of the 16th century, which seems to be a compilation of local traditions of indubitable antiquity. The presumable chronological of the events to which reference is made dates back beyond the middle of the 15th century. In Venus, the Jews were prohibited from circumcising their sons in the city. The Jews therefore had to go to a nearby mystery to perform this rite, which was fundamental to their family life. It was then that a Jew, among the most illustrious among those living in Venus, wishing to circumcise his newborn son in the city of the lagoons, thought up an astute expedient which might lead to revocation of the discriminatory law. He turned to an influential Venetian patrician with whom he stood on terms of familiarity and friendship, a gentleman who was, in those days, confined to bed with gout, and requested the gentleman to act as godfather at his son's circumcision ceremony. The Christian nobleman was not only pleased to accept the honorific.
Hold up, Don.
What?
So the role of the godfather is to be there for the circumcision? That's what you said?
The gentleman to act as a godfather at his son's circumcision ceremony. Yep. Yeah, to act as godfather at his son's circumcision ceremony. And he was a Christian, the godfather. Yeah. And he was honored that a Jew had thought fit to entrust him with, but being unable to reach Mestri due to his illness. Remember, he had gout in bed, which kept him confined at home. He seems to have decided to cause the child to be circumcised in the main room of his own palace. Oh, he was a rich bastard, that's why. This was the first case, the precedent setter. Thereafter, permitting the Jews of Venus to circumcise their sons in the city of Lagoon. If the report, as stated, contains a core of truth, it should not be very difficult in this case as well to identify the Jewish notable as Judah Messer Leon, the influential imperial physician esteemed by Jews and Christians alike, particularly among the higher classes, to whom a son, David, was born in Venus in approximately 1459. The Jewish community at Trent had formed relatively recently, and its numbers were always limited. When Maestro Tobias da Magdeburg, physician, surgeon, and expert in ophthalmology, decided to establish himself at Trent in 1462, he found that there was no organized Jewish community in the city. In the early years of the century, in 1403, Bishop Ulrich III had granted a Jewish moneylender named Isaac Go and his family the right to carry on the money trade at Balzano in Trent. This may have been the same Isaac Go whose presence in the city is attested to later in 1440. It is nevertheless certain that other Jews came to join him in the first quarter of the century, staying at Trent for longer or shorter periods, such as the same Mose D. Samuel from Trent, who in the summer of 1423 made his last will and testament at Treviso, where he had in the meantime moved with his numerous families, blah, blah, blah. Okay, movie got boring. Let's find some words like devils and kids and bloods and raping, some shit like that. Let's get to the good part. Angelo's parents, blah, 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 blah. They married children. The married children live with blah, 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 teachers, travelers, Jews whose inhabitations were contagious, lived near the commercial center known as the Canton in the western zone of the city, blah, blah, blah. Their lending banks, which formed one whole with their houses, operated in contact with the shops and taverns of the German immigrants, whose presence in Trent was rather large, amounting to several hundred people. German was spoken. Only the small canal which traversed the district carrying blah, 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 blah. I'm not getting anything. Household were strict followers of rules relating to kosher food, which, among other things, prescribed the complete separation of meat and dairy products according to the dictates of the Bible, amplified and codified in the rabbinical interpretations of the halakha. To the judges in the Simon of Trent murder trial, interested in knowing why he carried 2 knives in a sheath hanging from his side, both Samuel and Moses, the old man, patiently explained that which in their eyes was perfectly obvious. One knife was to cut edible meat, while the other was to be used for dairy products. They had 2 different knives, y'all. It's a murder trial, though. Y'all ready for the murder trial? The eve of the Passover. About goddamn time we somewhere. On the 23rd of March, that's their Passover. The eve of Passover. That's why that white guy told the other white guy. The other white guy was Rabbi Flickerson. He said, even though me and your Passover ain't the same, the Passover is actually March. They're way off. They got their dates off. So anyway, on 23rd of March.
I thought it was April.
That's Christians, dumbasses. They're confused. Not April. It's March. It say the eve of Passover.
So it actually coincides with Easter then.
Yeah, because that's the Jews throwing off these dumbass motherfuckers throwing off their scent. They already have their Passover. They already killed their fucking kids, got their blood sacrifices. Y'all waiting till April. These fucking humans waiting on April. Jews done already did they shit. On the eve of Passover, 1475, year of the Jubilee, the mutilated body of Simonino, a 2-year-old child, son of the tanner, Andrea Longfordern, was found in the waters of the ravine by passing Samuel's cellar. This tragic discovery triggered the inquest, which was to lead to the accusation brought against the Jews of Trent as suspects in the child abduction and murder. To their interrogation in the capital of Buenos Consiglio and their condemnation, after confessing under torture to being responsible for this tragic wickedness, finally the condemned were publicly executed, burned at the stake, or decapitated, while their property was to suffer bitter confiscation. God damn, I'm struggling. The transcript of the Trent trial for the murder of Simon, later beatified, are said as a result to constitute the most important and detailed document ever written on the ritual murder accusation, a precious document retaining the words of the Hebrew defendants, in which the words of the accusers and the inquisitors did not always succeed in superimposing themselves over or confusing themselves with the words of the defendants. Okay, we got our first murder. It's amazing. How do you lose a 2-year-old child, y'all? Shit like that bothers me. You know what I'm saying? How the fuck you lose a 2-year-old child and then find it in the river some damn well later? What do? You take them to the market and the Jew just snatch them while you're looking at tomatoes? How the fuck does that happen? It's so many missing children still to this day, and I'm still trying to figure out how kids get missing. Don't you supposed to keep an eye on them motherfuckers? You know what I'm talking about?
TV is doing that now, Don.
But before TV, just 1400. How you feel as a 2-year-old? You know you're supposed to keep an eye on a 2-year-old motherfucker. How do they
I can't fathom that. I can't fathom that.
You know, Don Nicoleone have always said that nigga that did Most Wanted, he the one that had his son Adam killed. You fuck with nobody say. You know Most Wanted. Remember his name? Remember Adam? Then they started making a whole Adam and shit like that.
Oh, yeah.
And then you find out that the Amber Alert The motherfuckers who created the Amber Alert are fucking child pedophiles and child trafficker motherfuckers. They smooth with it, boy. That's what Jesus said to them niggas. He said, yeah, y'all got charitable organizations. Y'all got all this Save the Kids shit. He said, but motherfucker, I know who you are. Yeah. So Jesus say that shit to them damn Jews. Y'all got all this little shit set up, make everybody think y'all motherfuckers charitable. You got charitable organizations. He say some shit like that, right, Mitru? He said, but motherfucker, I know who the fuck y'all are. Y'all are killers. Y'all some sick fucks. I'm not impressed with your little charitable organizations and shit. Like, feed the hungry, feed the kids. And y'all going there killing them and eating them and shit. And
that's just like that John Benet Ramsey.
Paying 10 cents. They show a child and your dumb ass paying 10 cents to feed them. You paying 10 cents for them to kill them. You donating to these motherfuckers. I don't donate none of that shit. I be at the goddamn grocery store at Publix. It was one time, I don't go to the grocery store no more, but one time, you know how they got that little shit right by the the cashier checkout spot? And the bitch was like, would you like to donate to the March of Dimes for the fucking kids? I said, hell nah, bitch, I don't trust them motherfuckers. March of Dimes. Are you kidding me? Honestly. You think I'm going to donate to any children's society these fuckers set up? You got me fucked up.
You know the craziest part, Don? 90% of that money doesn't make it to them. 90%.
90% does what?
It's all spent in advertising, people that are calling around, employees, CEOs. Almost 10% of that money is all that they get to see, if they even see it.
That shit going out of them goddamn trafficking, man. They got boats. They got all types of shit now. Uh-oh. I'm going to skip a paragraph, a long one. This was a Jewish world enclosed up itself, fearful and hostile towards outsiders, often incapable of accepting its own painful experiences and overcoming its own ideological contradictions, blah, blah, blah. I'm saying that Holocaust was based on this shit right here. You know what I'm saying? Eating kids, killing kids. Hitler knew that shit. They're going to take this show down because it's YouTube we on. Hitler knew exactly what these motherfuckers was doing. A world which have survived the massacres and forced conversions of men, women, and children continue to experience those traumatic events in a sterile effort to reverse the meaning of that world, rebalancing it and correcting history, blah, blah, blah. It was a profoundly religious world in which redemption could not possibly be far off, in which God was to be involved despite himself and compelled to keep his promises, sometimes by force. It was a world drenched with magical rites and exorcism. Within those mental horizons, popular medicine and alchemy, occultism and necromancy were often mixed, finding a position of their own, influencing and reversing the meaning of ordinary religious standards. So could it be that whole communion shit all these dummies do was the Jews making them pretend they're eating the body of somebody and drinking the blood? Oh, shit, your call dry. It's all right. But look, could that be why even, I mean, shit, for real. That nigga said that the mother is the Catholic Church and the father is the synagogue. Yeah, could that all be? And one of my friends was Catholic when I was a young girl, and I went to a Catholic church with her one time, man. I ain't never understood no shit like that, man. That nasty-ass white man picked up a circle and put it in my mouth, man. You know, I held that circle in my mouth the whole fucking time. Now that shit is over. We get in the fucking car, that damn circle shit in my mouth, still in my mouth, 2 hours later, an hour later. And I asked her, I said, what am I supposed to do with this shit that man put in my mouth? And I stuck my tongue out. She said, you still got that in your mouth? Hell no, that shit didn't melt. I wasn't gonna swallow that shit. I don't know shit about this. The fuck? And she said, you still got that? You still got it in your mouth? You supposed to eat it. You supposed to eat it. I'm like, what the fuck? What the hell is this whole ass shit? Yo. No fucking way. Never again. Never again. My natural spirit as a child knew I could not be deceived by the evil one. My spirit knew it. My spirit said, don't swallow that shit. Don't swallow it. I had my higher senses then. Telepathy said, don't. And then that bitch said, you're supposed to eat that shit. You're supposed to swallow it. Man, I spit that shit out. Ain't no way in hell. The fuck is this crazy ass shit? No way. That's my first experience and only experience. Not even with the Christian or the Baptist churches that give you a cracker and a little shot glass of Welch's grape. But that's all symbolic, right? So I'm saying the Jews got together and made the other religion, along with the Catholic Church, make it symbolic, but meanwhile they doing it for real. Your dick got circumcised and nan rabbi or priest sucked it, newbie, or maybe, it depends. I had a woman, when my son had his circumcision, which I shouldn't have had it done though, at the hospital right after I had him, I had a female friend to go and keep an eye on them goddamn sick ass men that was cutting my nigga dick off. You hear me? Cause I don't trust these motherfuckers. So that bitch kept an eye on that. You know, like, yo, come to find out they sucking fucking after circumcision, they sucking their baby's boy dick. Now these white babies got fucking herpes and shit. This shit wild. And I posted a video of one of them Catholic fucking priests snorting goddamn cocaine. You gotta see that video, Nubi. I'll show it. I'll find it Monday and posted it. This motherfucker snorting cocaine right there in the goddamn temple, in the cathedral. Old ass motherfucker. With his white on, his little outfit, you know, that little holy shit that be fooling you niggas. The little holy outfit, this nigga snorting coke. Nigga, if I had it, I ain't got it no more. I had they fucking belly, whatever that shit called when you cut the cord. I had the cord too. I had all my children's cords. I don't know what that shit had. Oh, you know what? Nigga, I kept everything, but now shit, I'm past that life. Do I have it for? Oh, newbie. Oh, newbie, you ain't never got your dick cut off. Oh, man, you must be the healthiest black man on the planet, man. Because that foreskin is to protect you from all this goddamn bullshit out here. Newbie, you ain't circumcised. Take a picture, let me see. I ain't seen one of them motherfuckers in about 28 years. That's a real dick you got between your legs there, motherfucker. Oh, man. Look, man, what did I tell the girls at the beauty shop? That nigga got a real ding-a-lane. Metro said her son not circumcised. Good for you. Damn, baby, your dick got that turtleneck. Nigga, I bet you can't catch shit. You can't catch gonorrhea. You probably can fuck a white bitch and your dick will stay clean. Put that hat. That's a hat. That's a real Jimmy hat right there, baby. All the rest of these niggas dick all exposed to all types of shit. Tied, especially if you wash your drawers and tied and shit, them chemicals all inside the dick hole and shit. Oh, fuck, nigga, you are highly protected. This nigga is highly favored and truly protected. Damn, Shawty, your mama and daddy was smart, man. My mama and daddy dumb as fuck. Which is another reason why I ain't want no boy. Because I already knew. Like, God damn, I got to conform to this bullshit from these hoe-ass people. Dumb-ass humans and shit. Hamadi dumb-ass. Goddamn, you know, Jews back down in them little small huts in Africa, chopping out niggas' penises and shit. Nigga, you ain't even a Jew. You ain't sick. You ain't none of that shit. None of your sons are either. So you did say your son was born in 2000. That makes him 22. How do you feel about him dating an older woman, roughly almost in the 50s? You okay with that, Nubi? Asking for a friend. I'm asking for a friend, motherfucker. Ariel Tooff is still alive. He wrote the book in 1934. In the 1930s. We need to contact him. Ask him to give us, he's got to be speaking English now. Could we contact, Zena, could we contact Ariel Tooff and maybe he could just run the book down off the top of his head for us? Can we bring him on the show? And so we can find out about this blood Passover shit. Oh, that must be another Ariel Tooff. Might be his son. Maybe he knows something. Maybe he knows some shit. Yeah, because I'm saying that nigga wrote the book in the 30s. Sure that nigga still alive. People don't live long no more. You know that, right? People don't live long no more. They doing necromancy. We're often mixed. Okay. The participants in this magical mental horizon included not only the Jews accused of witchcraft and infanticide, killing babies, ritual cannibalism, and evil spells, but their accusers as well, obsessed with diabolical presences, and the continual search for virtuous talismans and stupendous antidotes capable of curing and preserving the body and soul from the wiles of men and demons. Giovanni Hinderbach, Prince Bishop of Trent, the true organizer of the 1475 trial, had grown up in Vienna in the years following the great massacre of the Jews, accused of backing the Hussites in 1421 and exposed by the same Duke Albert II to bloody vengeance as partisans of the heretics. Even before poor Simon's child murder, remember Simon, the 2-year-old that was murdered, when he had not yet risen to his official fame as punisher of the Jewish murderers, Hinderbach had already found ways to show his lack of sympathy for them. In one case, thus, he had not hesitated to express his self-satisfied approval of cannibalism when the victims were Jews. During the military confrontation between Venus and Trieste in 1465, during which Frederick III intended to enforce his rights, Hinderbach, who was then acting as imperial ambassador before the government of Cyrenaicism, sang the praise of blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's get to some more good shit. All right, I'm getting somewhere. We're in the Chaldeans now. I'm on page 81, fast forward. Oh, this is about to get good. Frederick III was, as Bercardo informed us, in addition to mathematical sciences, a passionate cultivator of astrology and necromancy, and for this reason is said to have remarked that he liked to surround himself with Jews and Chaldeans, people highly partial to superstitious practices. But Frederick's faithful servant Hinderbach was no less so. God damn, I gotta go. Magic and witchcraft, in fact, exercised an irresistible fascination over the humanist bishop, who was a friend of Enoch Servilio Piccolomini. Hinderbach assimilated Jews outright with necromantics, always ready to perform exorcism and curses in the service of the devil. Wow. Demons love blood. That's why you got the Red Cross. And anytime you go in the hospital, they're going to take a whole bunch of your blood. Demons love blood. And the necromancers who resuscitated cadavers use blood with little parsimony in their divination, mixing it with water taken from fountains and rivers. Hindenburg had no hesitation in maintaining that the Jews were enchanters and necromancers because they killed Christian children and drink and consume their blood. And I'm going to play that part before we get out of here, man. Let's hear Reverend Flickenstein. Shit get good.
But you see, I've always wondered, how did you Jews ever get control of the i.e. Christian churches in this country? It's always baffled me to a varying degree, Rabbi Finkelstein. You have your synagogue of
Gentiles is because somebody has to pay retail. It's not going to be the Jew for sure. The Jew doesn't pay retail. It's the Goyim that pays retail. We buy wholesale.
Well, that's very interesting. I understand that. But I also know the bloodletting. I know that on your Passover, which isn't mine, that a lot of little children do disappear. And I do know that. And I know a lot of police departments and agencies have been informed. But you're very open. You're very open tonight. I'm very surprised that you're talking about the bloodletting of the little children, that you put their blood in the matzah balls and that you eat it on sacrifice on Passover.
Well, there was a Goyim that wrote a book about it back in the 30s. I forget his name at the moment. But anyway, he wrote the book. People didn't buy the book. People don't want to listen. We've been doing this for thousands and thousands of years, since down to Adam's time. We take the children of our enemy, which is the white race, and we bring them to the basements in the synagogues where we drain the blood and watch them die there. It's very similar to how we do the sacrifices that we do with the kosher butchering. And so we do that, and then we mix it with the Passover bread, and so we eat the blood of our enemies. And the bodies, we're not cannibals, so what we do is we take those, because we can make some shekels, and we give them to the slaughterhouses, and those are pounds and pounds and pounds of meat that we grind up in the sausage and the hamburger, and that's why we made those the most popular thing, sausage for breakfast and hamburger for lunch. And so all the Goyim out here are really eating their children. And even when we say this outright and tell you people, you don't believe it. So that's your problem.
You know, I've got a question, and I yes, it is a problem. But you see, I've always wondered, how did you Jews ever get control of the i.e. Christian churches in this country? It's always baffled me to a varying degree, Rabbi Finkelstein.
All right, man. I hope y'all enjoyed the show, man. I'm up out of here. The man of the hour is up next. Y'all have an awarding day. Be on the lookout. There might be a, Brian, it's Rabbi Finkelstein. Be on the lookout. We might have hot damn politics tonight. I didn't confer with Neff on it, but hopefully Neff's daughter let her off punishment. All right. So, Mazzani, what up, babe? Don, you taught me something about the RH negative blood. I sure did. They would drain the hell out of it. They would drain the hell out of anybody RH negative, man. They coming back. They gonna come back. If you've been in the hospital for more than one day, they coming back. They get more and more of your fucking blood. Yes, they do. All right, I'm up out of here, man. Man of the hour's up next. Y'all have an awarding day. Peace.